Good morning, you Corelia. Welcome to the second day of our training of teachers on learning management system. So welcome po kayong lahat today sa ating second day of learning sa ating LMS. So for today, so, so for today, we would like to greet everyone we would like to greet everyone a happy Tuesday morning. But first, my courtesy to our school's division superintendent, Dr. D. De Silva, SESO 5, our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan, our CID chief, Dr. Edward C. Amugis, SGOD chief, Dr. Lita P. Andamon, together with the education program supervisor, namely Dr. Grace Santa Daclan, Dr. Medus Ohala, Dr. Alan T. Gilaran, Dr. Evelyn Grace H. Labasan, Mrs. Lourdes A. Navarro, Miss Marilyn A. Publico, Miss Lizelle J. Mukia, Mrs. Emmeline P. Saldor, Mrs. Gloria B. Subong, Mrs. Marilyn E. Sumikad, and last but not the least, Dr. Ernie Aguan. Of course, we would like to acknowledge our active and supportive Public Schools District Supervisor, Mr. Bernardo F. Boyles, who conceptualized the hashtag One Eucorelia, One Eucorelia District, One Dream, together with all the teachers all over New Corelia District in alphabetical order. Ang mga kugihan nga taga Kabidyanan Elementary School, headed by Dr. Marisa Medida Ventura. Hindi rin natin makakalimutan ang mga taga Carcor Elementary School, headed by Dr. Divina Aplaon. We also have ang mga adorable nga taga Dasing Elementary School, headed by Mr. Carlos Laluna Concha Ramos. And of course, the teachers from Del Pilar Elementary School, Mr. Francisco Jr. M. Onyez. Ang mga gwapa daw ni nga teachers. And we also have ang mga alert and active mga teachers from El Salvador Elementary School, headed by Mr. Danilo Cruz. Moving on, we also have teachers from El Unido Elementary School, headed by Ma'am Mary Ann Agonia. Ang mga cooperative na teachers from Guadalupe Elementary School, headed by their school head, Mr. Ulysses Vito. We also have teachers listening from Kauswagan Elementary School, headed by their school head, Miss Dilna Cano Cagulang. Moving on, we also have teachers from Lataban Elementary School, headed by their amiable school head, Ma'am Ana May Daray Abayon. We also have teachers listening right now, straight from Limbaan Elementary School, headed by their principal, Ma'am Jocelyn Valdez. We also have teachers from Limbaan National High School, headed by their school head, Ma'am Merly Sayon. Hindi rin pahuhuli ang taga Macgom Integrated School, headed by their school head, Mr. Robert L. Bayaten. Going further, we also have teachers from Mambing Elementary School, headed by their school head, Mr. Pet Butal. We also have teachers listening right now from Mangwangan Elementary School, headed by their school head, Ma'am Mary Evangeline D. Singson. Shout out din po sa mga teachers na nasa Mesaoy Elementary School, headed by their principal, Dr. Fe Roquid Torrefranca. We also have teachers listening from Mesaoy National High School with their principal, Ma'am Maria Teresa B. Sermon. Hindi rin dadaig at paaapi ang mga taga New CORELLA Central Elementary School SPED Center, headed by Dr. Hilda Ermias. And of course, we also have teachers. We would like to greet all the teachers from New CORELLA National High School, headed by their principal, Ma'am Raquel Tagalina. And teachers also from New Cortez Elementary School, Mr. Jimmy Esponilla. We also have teachers listening from New Sambog Elementary School, headed by their principal, Ma'am Rosalinda Habines. Andito rin sa webinar natin ngayon ang mga teachers from Patrocinio Elementary School, headed by Ma'am LV Cruz. We also have teachers from San Jose Elementary School, headed by their school head, Ma'am Heidi D. Dicendario. And teachers also, we would like to greet from San Roque Elementary School, headed by their principal, Ma'am Judith O. Asenjo. We also have teachers from Saog Elementary School, headed by Sir Jose Mallorca. We also have mga gwapo o gwapa nga teachers from Silangan Elementary School, headed by Ma'am Linfa T. Odiaz. And mga abtik nga teachers nga nagpaminaw karon from Santa Cruz Elementary School, headed by their principal, Ma'am Joy Kinanahan Darunday. And we have from Santa Fe Elementary School, headed by Mr. Giovanni G. Chioccio. We also have teachers from Santa Fe National High School headed by Mr. Timoteo Kapadngan. And of course, we have teachers from Nino Elementary School headed by Mr. Crisostomo M. Calvo Jr. And our MOL for today, we also have from Suawon Elementary School headed by their principal, Ma'am Gemma C. Ardenio. And of course, I am your host, I'm Stinil Vian Dapitan, your host for today. So announcement lang po, today we have the awarding of the day of our day one rather we have our early bird awardees for the afternoon session yesterday. Yon. So we have the elementary teachers category. So the early bird awardees are Meraluna C. Jimenez from Suawon Elementary School. We have Glenn D. Eli from El Unido Elementary School. Riza May Esto Villanueva from Macgom Integrated School. Fourth, we have Joy C. Guzon from Limbaan Elementary School. And fifth, we have Leticia F. Dayola from New CORELLA Central Elementary School, SPED Center. For our junior high school teacher category, we have Benis M. Gaas from Santa Fe National High School. We also have Jonilyn Erig Inde from Mesa Oy National High School. We also have Ma'am Jean Antoinette C. Muelan from Mesa Oy National High School. Fourth, we have Christy Fanny G. Wenceslao from Limbaan National High School. And fifth, we have Ricky Joy G. Gubok from New Corellia National High School. From our senior high school category, we have the early bird awardees are Ma'am Jen F. L. Nanual from New Corellia National High School, Daniel Galo Prutas Jr., Nemya A. Agbon from Limbaan National High School. Fourth, we have Marnie Jane T. Damas from Santa Fe National High School. And last but not the least, we have Ma'am Irene G. Gonzaga from Macgom Integrated School. So for the school head category, the early bird awardees are Sir Giovanni G. Kiocho from Santa Fe Elementary School. We have Ma'am Gemma Kabingatan Ardenio from Suawon Elementary School. We also have Ma'am Heidi D. Desendario from San Jose Elementary School. We have Sir Pet Inahe Butal from Mambing Elementary School. And the last one, we have Sir Francisco Jr. M. Onyes from Del Pilar Elementary School. So for our overall district category, the early bird awardees are Meraluna C. Jimenez from Suawon Elementary School, Glenn D. Eli from El Unido Elementary School, Benny M. Gaas from Santa Fe National High School, Riza May Esto Villanueva from Macgom Integrated School, and Joy C. Guzon from Limbaan Elementary School. So congratulations po sa lahat ng mga early bird awardees for the afternoon session yesterday. So of course, we have to go through our QR codes for today. Gagamit pa rin po tayo ng QR codes para sa ating attendance. But of course, since that we have heard and we acknowledge your comments and suggestions. Okay po, ibibigay na po natin today ang link. So you can tuplok-tuplok. You can type in the URL sa browser nyo if you're using Chrome or if you're using Safari. So, for those who prefer na QR code ang gagamitin, merong QR code, so you can take a screenshot of the QR code and use the QR scanner to scan the QR code. So, for those naman po that who would like to prefer the link, it is District 1 Dream. Okay, so yun po ang AM attendance link. So please, i-screenshot nyo na po ang link natin so you can start entering your attendance link, the information for your attendance link today. Okay, so bibigay na po din namin yung day 1 na evaluation. Day 1 or day 2? Okay, day 2. Ay, day 1. Okay, sorry. So day 1. Okay, so for those po pala na hindi nakapag-evaluate kahapon, bibigay po namin yung evaluation link kahapon based po sa ating TWG much evaluation from you para po ma-record namin yung mga kailangan pang gawin to improve then with it through the evaluation. So yun po, please take a screenshot of the links for today. So again, I am your host. I'm Stenil Dapitan, your host from Del Pilar Elementary School. This time, I would like to ask the MOL for today, the Suawon Elementary School, to take charge of the program flow. So we would like to thank Suawon Elementary School for taking the challenge for today as our MOL, headed by their school head, Ma'am Gemma Ardenio. Ma'am Gemma?
We pray for blessings, we pray for peace, comfort for family, protection while we sleep. We pray for healing, for prosperity. We pray for your mighty hand to ease our suffering. All the while, you hear each spoken need. Yet love is way too much to give us lesser things. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? What if 1,000 matter what it takes to know your what if trials of this life are your mercies in disguise. We pray for wisdom, your voice to hear, and we cry in anger when we cannot feel you near. We doubt your goodness, we doubt your love, as if every promise from your word's not enough. All the while you hear each desperate plea, and long that we'd have faith to believe. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? And what if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know you're near? And what if trials of this life are your mercies in disguise? When friends betray us, when darkness seems to win, we know the pain reminds this heart that this is not our home. It's not our home. 'Cause what if your blessings come through raindrops? What if your healing comes through tears? And what if 1,000 sleepless nights are what it takes to know you're near? What if my greatest disappointments or the aching of this life is the revealing of a greater thirst this world can't satisfy? And what if trials of this life, the rain, the storms, the hardest nights, are your mercies in disguise?
Ang bayan kong Pilipinas, lupain ng ginto't bulaklak, pag-ibig na sa kanyang pala, nag-alay ng ganda't dilag, at sa kanyang luwi at ganda, dayuhan ay nahalina. Bayan ko, binihag ka, nasadlak sa dusa. Ibon mang may kayang sakdal tila ang di magnasang makaalpas. Pilipinas kong minumutya, bugad ng luha at dalita, aking adhika, makita kang sakdal laya. Ibon mang may layang lumipad, kulungin mo at umiiyak. Bayan pa kayang sakdal tila, ang di magnasan makaalpas. Pilipinas kong minumutya, ugat ng luha at dalita, aking adhika, makita kang sakdal laya.
Suawon Elementary School for heading our MOL today. So this time we will have a recap of the previous day's discussion with Mom Gemma Ardenio.
So hello everyone. Let me do the honor to have our recap about yesterday's lecture. But first, let me present the reflection and defense of Suawon Elementary School. In the new normal, teachers are highly encouraged to transform how they teach online, exploring online tools and discover resources that can be utilized as an advantage for both teachers and learners to effectively transmit the teaching and learning process. Teachers must not become a content dumper, but instead become a master of a curator different resources to enable engagement and deep sense of learning. Teachers can also devise asynchronous and synchronous learning activities that will boost and sustain engagement, self-regulation, interaction, choice, and voice in learners. Teachers must also consider that the pedagogy must drive the technology instead of technology driving the pedagogy, because a sound pedagogy will lead us to a sound and meaningful teaching and learning process. The new normal is nothing but an ordinary phenomena brought way earlier by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is the change that we have already envisioned the education system would have. Going through online, is not a bad thing at all, as it helps the education system to adopt effective and efficient platforms and systems that help lessen the burden of every teacher from much of their effective clerical work so that they can focus on the vital aspects of the teaching and learning process, such as supporting and building rapport with the learner. However, as we embrace online learning, we should not make high quality education a privilege, as there are students who cannot afford to go online classes due to lack of finances to buy gadgets and connect to the internet. Our role as teachers is to break barriers and give an opportunity for an equitable access to high quality education. Therefore, in today's time of crisis, where we are challenged by the new normal setup of education, let us not forget to uphold that quality education is the right of every Filipino children. Thus, as educators, let us provide multiple pathways to transmit learning that can accommodate every student. Okay, and that would be the reflection and discernment of Suawon Elementary School. And now, may I request all the teachers together with us today to please write your learnings about yesterday's lecture on the comment box together with the name of your school. And what is more exciting is that Suawon Elementary School head teacher will be giving off, together with our school head, Ma'am Gemma C. Ordeño, will be giving off 100 pesos load for the first 5 teachers or school heads that can give us their learning about yesterday's lecture. And we will be giving you 30 seconds to have your comments on the comment box. And your 30 seconds starts now. So later, I will be checking the comment box. I'll be having screenshots for the first 5 teachers or school heads that can give us their learning or insights about what they have learned yesterday. We'll be giving off 100 pesos load for each. Okay. Now we have Sir Fermil Fideliaga Celada Jr. Okay. Let me read his insight. I learned about how to use LMS. Okay, yes. Next we have good morning from Ma'am Dalisay Glenn. I have learned how to use the QR code. Okay. From Les Flores Dayola. Hello, yesterday was covered on how to manipulate and LMS. So Ron Ambro, very right. I learned a lot. Thank you. Ayan. Okay. Now, We also have Mom Marnie Jane Damas. I've learned about the overview of LMS, how to operate, how to add course, and lesson. So ayan, we have Sir Almic Movera. I have learned about the do's and don'ts in teaching, like avoiding shouting, and the new normal classroom by Sir Bayani Escoton. Okay. Now our crew will be verifying who were the first teacher or school head that had given their insight about yesterday's lecture. Okay, later on we'll be declaring the lucky winners for our 100 pesos load, five 100 pesos load. Okay. So may I request Ma'am Sinel? Ma'am. So fasten your seatbelts, everyone, because this is the few of the exciting activities that we'll be having today. Ayan. So diba, in the new normal classroom, teachers are highly challenged, no, by the internet connection of the Philippines. Since mahina yung internet connection Philippines, so may mga technical problems talaga tayong nararanasan. So ayan, the new normal classroom then online, there are circumstances that our students cannot attend. That is why, as teachers, we must provide multiple pathways such as modular or blended learning. But actually,
Hello?
yes, Ma'am Chanel,
Hi, okay. Medyo we have problems with the internet connection. Kaya hindi ako nakapasok agad. Thank you so much, ma'am, for leading our MOL today.
welcome, Ma'am, you're welcome.
And meron pa po kayong pakulo na 100 peso load for the top 5 na magkakaroon ng makakapag-post ng learning nila from yesterday. Thank you so much kasi para gayahin din kayo ng mga ibang schools on the next days. Thank you po.
You're welcome, Ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. So this time, okay, sige. So, reminders lang po ha, para sa mga teachers na hindi pa po nakakapasok ng attendance. Open na po ang attendance link natin. And if you have questions regarding our discussion for today, you can post your questions sa ating comment box. Para po ahead of time, the TWG can facilitate your questions and it will be answered for today. So if you have questions in mind, do not hesitate to post your questions. So we have posted already the attendance link today. Open na po yan at hindi po yan magko-close today. Until 10 o'clock? Okay, so until 10 o'clock lang po pala daw ang attendance link today. So bilis-bilisan niyo na po. Be patient lang po sa pagpasok, especially sa mga medyo slow ang signal or slow ang internet. So sa mga teachers na ngayon lang nakapasok, good morning po sa lahat. Good morning sa mga I will mention names ng mga teachers from New Corellia National High School. Si Ma'am Esther Balones Tumamak, sabi niya, good morning everyone. And okay, magbabasa ako ng mga comments dito while the technical team is having some problems sa controls natin today. Wait. Okay, I will read. Sabi ni Ma'am ay ni Sir Fermin Fedeliaga Celada. Sabi niya sa kanyang learning kahapon, ito pala yung learning niya. Sir Bayani Escoton taught us how to navigate the LMS platform. And also, Ma'am Anna May Daray Abayon said, Sir Felix discussed about how to create learning management system. From Mr. Alnick Movera, sabi niya, I have learned about the do's and don'ts in teaching, like avoiding shouting in the new normal classroom. Ito yung learning niya na nakuha niya kay Sir Bayani Escoton. Okay, going on, meron pang mga learnings na na-post yung mga teachers natin dito and I will read some of them. Sabi ni Ma'am Heidi Guzon, I learn about how to use LMS. Ito talaga yung learning na nakuha ni Ma'am Dalisay Glenn. Sabi niya, good morning, I learned how to use the QR code. So yun daw talaga yung learning niya na nakuha kahapon sa paggamit natin ng QR code para makapag-attendance tayo. Si Sir Ron Ambrosio, sabi niya, pa-wash out po. Ano, pa-shout out po. Baka ito siguro yung tinutukoy niya. Pa-shout out po, watching from New Corellia Central Elementary School, SPED Center. Love, love. Okay, meron din from si Sir Francis Elben Gloria Delfino. Sabi niya, good morning from Macgum Integrated School. Okay, so sa mga nagkakaproblema po sa attendance, the attendance link is now open. So kung may nagkakaproblema po kayo, like say you've already responded, you can clear your browser para ma-refresh yung browser nyo at you can enter the link at makapasok kayo. Kasi nagkakaroon siya ng conflict because we're using one QR code and one link for the whole duration of the webinar. So, nagkakaroon ng conflict ang browser nyo. So, you have to refresh it. So ito naman, pa-shout out po from Team Limba National High School headed by Ma'am Merly Sayon. This is from Ma'am Anaglo Daraman. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for watching and I hope that you can learn from today's discussion. Pa-shout out po, teachers from Macgum Integrated School. Good morning mga taga Macgum Integrated School. So today, going further, we will have a walkthrough with the MELCs or the MELCs, the most essential learning competencies, part one. So for today, we have the CLMD Chief of the DepEd Region 11, Dr. Janet G. Veloso, for the rationale and overview of the most essential learning competencies.
Yes, good morning everyone. Good morning sa ating lahat, particularly to all our schools division superintendent, assistant superintendent, and also to our chief of the curriculum implementation division, and all the education program supervisors and public school district supervisors, and also to our teachers, both from or starting from the elementary, our junior high school and senior high school. We are very happy to share with you as to our most essential learning competencies. So my presentation today is actually um, a bit comprehensive. Now, for all you know, DepEd Region 11 during this global pandemic is revolutionary as it remains forward thinking in carrying out its mandates under the framework of Sulong Edukalidad. It continues to navigate diversified interventions and strategies to sustain delivery of quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating basic education. Thus, I teach of the region as a comprehensive led learning continuity plan is hopeful for that, and you will know what is it. Now, the presentation outline in today's journey about the most essential learning competencies, we are going to have a glimpse on the region's context, leading to our support or our commitment for the K to 12 most essential learning competencies. Second, as to our framework of the region, as to our learning continuity plan. And another is for us to look into deeper, and this will be walked through in a form of walkthrough by the respective learning area experts on K to 12 most essential learning competencies. And the last is where we are heading, our way forward. Now, before the COVID-19 pandemic has come into picture, if we look at Davao region, each year we are baffled by many disasters, and these have a major impact on learners and education systems. Be it in a smaller or bigger scale, learners are generally out of school for some period of time due to disasters. That the impact on the education to learners, all of these existing challenges have damaged certain damage to education infrastructure. Not only that, often live many children in need of critical education support, and I'm talking about learners with special needs. They are left helpless and ensuring their long-term or longer-term development. And so, now that we are in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic, which poses challenges to all various sectors in DepEd, not only that, and DepEd is one that has to really change its landscape of operation in order to become viable in this trying time. And so we are very thankful for DepEd Region 11 to make it responsive that in this global pandemic, We have our ITITs, integrating technology, academic community, and the household, ensuring that every learner in Depth Ed Region 11 is safe and protected anytime, anywhere. And not only that, Depth Ed Region 11, as it integrates technology, academic community, and households, and guided by the Depth Ed's vision, mission, and core values, pushes its 12 goals under the Learning Continuity Plan. And this is ensuring learning continuity through the K-12 basic education curriculum, adjustments, alignment, learning materials, deployment of multiple learning delivery modalities, provision of corresponding training to teachers and school leaders, and proper orientation of parents or to our community leaders. We embedded all this as mechanism in our learning continuity plan. And that, if we look at Depth Ed Region 11's learning continuity plan, we have one, determine the context of the learner and their families. Second, develop and established a contextualized hybrid learning management system, and that is our learning management system where every school, every division, and every learner or every household will have enhanced preparation of learners in meeting the K-12 basic education program standards and competencies under the most essential learning competencies. And fourth, map out all materials necessary for the delivery of the lessons vis-a-vis the milks. And fifth, develop self-learning materials that are aligned with the milks. And sixth, facilitate conversion of self-learning materials or our self-learning modules into ebook, into or interactive video lessons, radio scripts, and TV-based scripts or episodes ready for the different modalities. And next to that, we have to utilize our ICT in the management, communication, accreditation, and supervision of private schools and delivery of support and resources in all field offices. Provide necessary retooling and upskilling strategies to all personnel in all governance. And I'm talking to this that not only in the school level, but also in the division and in the region, that we are going to provide or capacitate our key personnel. Ninth, orient parents and learners on the different modalities and learning on significant, and especially on their significant role as parents for being facilitators of learning. Strengthen partnership of key players to ensure delivery of all learning modalities in schools and collaboration in all governance. 11th, protect the well-being of the learners, our teaching and non-teaching personnel, and education leaders by ensuring a safe and conducive learning and working spaces or environment Yes, good. As we are now, if we look at our calendar, we are in a shortened period because barely each quarter we are going to have 8 weeks. So with that, we are ensuring that the most essential learning competencies are delivered to our respective clientele and our learners. And under that, imbibed with the philosophy and principles as well as the pillars of sulong edukalidad, it is hoped that teachers will be able to respond. And it is you, our trainers now, who is going to set that one into motion to the goals of the K to 12 basic education program. And if we look at our K to 12 um, most essential learning competencies, we have as our overarching, or shall we say, impression that the MILKS is not a new curriculum. It is not a departure from the K to 12 curriculum. And that the standards in terms of the content and performance standards are retained, and that our MELs are focused on the attainment of 21st century skills. The codes and tagged materials are retained for the merged and retained competencies, and that all learning areas will still be taught, and that the MELs are aligned with the Sulong Edukalidad framework. Another thing that we should know, that if we look at the desirable learning competencies, and so with the essential learning competencies, the DLCs or the desirable learning competencies are those that what may enhance education but may not be necessary in building foundational skills. And that the essential one are those that our students need. And these are indispensable. And that in terms of, if we look at the teaching learning process, this equip learners for subsequent grade levels, or consequently for building the skills in subsequent grade levels or for lifelong learning. And so this is how, or these are the things that our DepEd Central Office and our field offices look at it. Now, for the characteristics of essential learning competencies, these are the things that we should know, that it is aligned with the national and state and local standards, and that it connects the content to higher concepts across content areas. It is applicable to real life situations, and that in general, these are important as it is very essential not only for our learners, but also it has something to do with the real learning in the community or in the real world. It is underscored specifically that we are looking at it, that if we talk about the most essential learning competencies, these are enduring competencies. And that if we look at endurance, this gives us a view that a learning competency is considered enduring, because this is one aspect that really put premium, that if it is enduring, it remains with the learners long after a test or unit of study is completed, or if it is useful beyond a single test or unit study. That's how we look at it. So, in the consideration uh, of the most essential learning competencies, this is one great aspect that we look at. And that later, when the different learning areas will be sharing to you or with you all the unpacking, or shall we say, all the milks from kindergarten to the different learning areas, you will get to know better from the K to 12 curriculum guides that we have, and then the essential learning competencies, and then later to the most essential learning competencies. And you will appreciate on that, on how the process was being, um, or the process of identifying the milks. It's not just identifying it because we just consider it in that way, but it goes with the process. And so the different learning area supervisors will walk through on with you on that, and so you will appreciate on the effort of our experts, and specifically the entire strand of the office of the curriculum or undersecretary for curriculum and instruction, particularly our Bureau of Curriculum and Development, that it has, or that they, everybody has really considered all or many things, from the review of the curriculum guide, and then move to the consideration of the essential learning competencies to the most essential learning competencies. Next, from the learning competencies before, from I believe a total of more than 10,000 learning competencies, and it is now reduced to more than 4,000 competencies. So the process is not just easy. And so these are the things that we have considered. And then next to that, we have the mapping of the essential and desirable competencies that were mentioned a while back, and then the identifying of the prerequisite knowledge and skills within the learning area or the different learning area, and then it passes also analysis of interconnectedness of prerequisite knowledge and skills among learning competencies across learning areas. And then, yes, I have dwelled on this as to the essential learning competencies to milks. And so it's fitting that we need to know more about this through the walkthrough that you will be having, and that the consideration that the most determining factor na talagang tandaan natin is that we have the endurance, no, as the determining factor, that once that certain competency remains with the learner long after a test of a unit or unit of study is completed, and if this competency is useful beyond a single test or unit of study, then that is considered or the most essential learning competency. And that another thing that we need to be aware of, that while it's true that they go with the process of mapping the competency, identifying the prerequisite or analysis, but more so that they considered that there are those that they have retained, there are competencies that have been merged, and there are those that have been rephrased, and there are those that have been dropped. So that's how the process is what we consider tedious and daunting tasks. And so finally, for our region, we map out the available learning competencies. Because of that, because this is how populate we populate the given most essential learning competencies with all the identified or the existing available resource that we have, because we want the teacher now to really know what are the things or what are these learning resource available in your respective divisions, available in your respective schools that are already quality assured, and even those that are for quality assurance process but are closely and can be used in the delivery of the most essential learning competencies. We are doing such because these are data and these are vital information for you teachers to be able to make sure that you have ample available learning resource once you are going to deliver the competencies that and this is the one that we are talking about our training, because we do not want that all of us will just be listening to the training or webinars, but more so that we are going to make sure that all the things that we are heading for are really delivered well, and not only that, we are equipped for the school year 2020-21. And we would like each of you now to catch sight of our collaboration, the collaboration of all offices in all governance, starting from schools, your schools division offices, and the region, and so with the central office, because we believe now that we journey together, not only learning together of the kind of environment that we have now, and we come together as we open for the school year 2021 for the delivery of quality basic education and ensuring that each learner is safe and protected while they continue their education in this new normal. God bless everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Janet G. Veloso, our CLMD chief from the DepEd Region 11. So this time, we have to walk through with the most essential learning competencies, unpacking of competencies based on the MELCs. So for our first speaker, we have
Courtesy to
Dr. Annalisa C. Almasan, Education Program Supervisor, LRMS Manager
the Department of
for
Education of Israel, report
Kindergarten
to the
MELC.
Regional Director of Region 11. My courtesy to the Department of Education officials, of course, to the Regional Director of Region 11, to ARD, to the different chiefs of the functional divisions, the superintendents of the 11 schools division offices, of course, with CID chiefs, to all the education program supervisors in CLMD and in CID, and of course, my dearest kindergarten education program supervisors and teachers. Today, we are going to have the walkthrough of the most essential competencies for kindergarten. So in the
Good morning once again. Okay, pasensya na po sa mga nanonood ngayon. We have some technical problems due to our internet connectivity. So, while the controller is fixing the problem, bati-bati lang po muna tayo ngayon sa mga nanonood all over New Corelia District. So, antay-antay lang po tayo and just relax wherever you are right now because this time I will randomly select yung mga teachers na nag-greet natin. So, okay. Good morning po sa mga nanonood na teachers galing sa New Corelia National High School. Galing kay Ma'am Zil Zolore. And we also have Ma'am Jewel Abinoha. Sabi niya, good morning, watching from Mesaoy National High School. We also have Mr. Ian Mark Gonzaga. Sabi niya, good morning, everyone. We also have Ma'am Riza May Esto Villanueva, watching from Macgum Integrated School. So I think this time the controller has already fixed the problem. Controller, please.
My courtesy to the Department of Education, of which we will teachers and learning competencies applying the MELTs. The endurance criterion was used as the sole determiner, guided by the requirement that a learning competency be useful in lifelong learning. Further, the MELTs identified are those that work in close association with other competencies in other subjects, thus maintaining the curricular quality of integration. So this is the picture of the most essential learning competencies matrix. Of course, this is for K to 12 curriculum. So in here, we will be talking about the kindergarten most essential learning competencies. And as we see here, let's try to answer what is milk. So this is all about the most essential learning competency. So what is this? So this serves as a reference to assist the teachers in identifying the most important learning competencies to be developed, acquired by the learners, and must be prioritized in this situation. Milks with asterisk are rephrased and deemed essential in learning competencies in the achievement of content and performance standards. So milk is for school year 2020-2021 only. So meaning to say, this only intended for this school year of which we will start on August and hopefully we will end on April 2021. So this is our example of the most essential learning competencies of kindergarten. So as you see here, so we have the quarter one or the week one. So we have here the content standards. Okay, for example, ang bata ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa sariling ugali at damdamin. So of course, the milk still has the performance standards. So we have here, ang bata ay nakapagpapamalas ng kakayahang kontrolin ang sariling damdamin at pag-uugali, gumawa ng desisyon at magtagumpay sa kanyang mga gawain. Okay, from these standards, we have the most essential learning competencies. So there are 5. So meaning to say, this is somewhat a subclass, sub-competencies. So we have here, there are 5. So nakikilala ang sarili, pangalan at apelyido, kasarian, gulang or kapanganakan, then gusto or di gusto, then use the proper expression in introducing oneself. So yung sub-competencies of this milk, yeah, this is the most essential learning competencies. And like what we said, there is what we call embedded competencies. So along with this main milk, we have this sub-competencies. They use the proper expression in introducing oneself. So we have a sample here. So I know that kindergarten teachers, they know a lot of this. So as we see, this is now what we're going to teach first. Okay, this one, the proper expression in introducing oneself. Then talk about one's personal experiences, narrate events of the day, then naipakikita ang tiwala sa sarili na tugunan ang sariling pangangailangan ng mag-isa. Kaya halimbawa dyan, maghugas ng kamay, kumain, magbihis, magligpit, tapusin ang gawaing nasimulan. Okay. So this is our example of the milk. So again, we have this what we call the milk, meaning the main milk, and we have what we call the sub-competencies. So as a general rule, learning competencies are retained if it satisfies the endurance criterion, which greatly contributes to lifelong learning and is a prerequisite skill to the next grade level. Some of the competencies are merged or clustered if they have the same objective or learning intention, thus can be combined into one comprehensive learning competency. Okay, we have also the case that learning competencies are dropped when if they are too specific and the articulation is similar to that of a learning objective, then deemed appropriate to be introduced in an early quarter or grade level or moved to a later quarter or grade level. Then sometimes they are recurring and subsumed in another learning area. And we have here a learning competencies. And of course, rephrased, this is to be more concise. Okay, this is our process of identifying the milks. So we have here the K to 12 curriculum guide. From there, we come up with the essential learning competencies and then the most essential learning competencies. So from the different learning competencies, there we go. We have now the list of the most essential learning competencies. So the K-12 most essential learning competencies are not a departure from the K-12 curriculum. Of course, the milks are still part of the K-12 curriculum. Then, of course, there is standards, the content and performance standards. Then focus on the attainment of the 21st century skills. The codes and tagged materials are retained for merged and retained competencies. And all learning areas will still be taught. So if we're going to look into the current curriculum guide versus the milks, for kindergarten, we have current curriculum guide, we have 241. And right for the total milks that we have for four quarters, we have 66 milks. So as you see, there is 1% milks as compared to the total number of milks. Kasi yung total number that we have is 5,548. So kindergarten milks are 66 in number. So this is 1% of the total number of milks. So for the kindergarten teachers, you are going to deal 66 milks for one school year. Field implementers are encouraged to contextualize the most essential learning competencies in order to accommodate the varying contexts of learners, teachers, learning environment, and support structures, considering both the content and performance standards. So how to use the milk? So we as kindergarten teachers, we should know how to use the milk. So the Department of Education, through the Bureau of Curriculum Development, Curriculum Standards Development Division, has developed the most essential learning competencies to address the challenges brought about by the global pandemic. Its negative impacts in the educational system, which include but not limited to the shortened school year, limited face-to-face interaction of teachers, of course, with our learners. So meaning to say, for this school year, we have really limited interaction face-to-face with our learners, and other instructional delivery related concerns pose serious problem, more specifically to early childhood learners. Okay, this is really this now the call for the kindergarten teachers, because it is really give us a problem because we're dealing early graders, young ones, meaning to say this is their first year supposedly in school, by entering kindergarten. So thus the MELCs ensure that all 5-year-old, so these are now our kindergarten learners, 5-year-old Filipino learners achieve the content and performance standards expected of them in various learning domains. So always remember our domains, developmental domains in kindergarten. So in the process of identifying the MELCs, the endurance criterion was used as the sole determiner. Endurance is defined as the learning competency that remains with learners long after a test is completed, or is useful beyond a single test or unit of study. So finally, the MELCs identified under the 7 developmental domains. Okay, still remember our 7 developmental domains? Of course you do. Kindergarten teachers along with our education program supervisors in kindergarten. So these are the 7 developmental domains are those that work in close association with the circular themes from the kindergarten curriculum guide, which will be used for each lesson and activity for the week. So how to use the MELCs? The MELCs identified in kindergarten may be taught repeatedly. Okay, take note. Okay, the MELCs identified in kindergarten may be taught repeatedly to help the learner acquire the necessary knowledge, skills, and values. So take note of this. The MELCs identified in kindergarten may be taught repeatedly. So this is to achieve mastery of the skills. Remember, we are developing the 7 domains. So the skills. So this will somehow help our learners acquire the necessary knowledge, skills, and values. It is also recommended that the teacher unpack the MELCs into more specific learning competencies or objectives using the kindergarten curriculum guide. So we're still going to have our kindergarten curriculum guide, our KCG. Then the teacher may add more sub-competencies depending on the need of the learners. So again, take note of this. It is also recommended that the teacher unpacks the MELCs into more specific learning competencies or objectives using the PCG. Then the teacher may add, okay, always because this can be our context. So the teacher may add more sub-competencies depending on the need of the learners. So meaning to say, in this part, we, the teachers of the kindergarten, are encouraged to contextualize or to contextualize the competencies based on the need of our learners. So if for one competency perhaps our learners cannot master yet a particular skill, then we can add more sub-competencies. Okay? So the MELCs identified in kindergarten, okay, yun, that is, we are going to, this is what we call taught repeatedly, right? So this is our now example. This is what I give a while back. So this is our example MELCs for kindergarten. So quarter one, week one. So again, as you see, we have the content standards, we have the performance standards, and this column is for most essential learning competencies, and we have the sub competencies. This is what has been emphasized a while back, that in this portion, we, the teachers, can add or may add sub-competencies or additional competencies depending on the need of the learners. So again, if the learners cannot master yet the skills, so that the teachers can add some competencies with along with that most essential learning competencies. So we are going to look into our kindergarten curriculum guide. So you have the copy of the milks, and of course, always bring with you also the copy of your kindergarten curriculum guide so that you will be guided with the sub-competencies to go along with that milks. Okay? So this is a sample for the quarter 2, week 2. Okay, still, we have the content standards, we have the performance standards, we have the most essential learning competencies, and we have the sub-competencies. So if we're going to look into the what is that? The things listed, the MELCs listed in the full package of the most essential learning competencies, we will find the MELCs for kindergarten on these pages. So this is the first page in there, the kindergarten. So you have here, this is now really the picture of the contents of the MELCs. So we have quarter 1 or the first quarter, and as you see, we have what we call the duration. So at most, we are guided when to have this particular MELC be taught to our learners because of this duration. So as you see, the duration is not given to us as day 1, day 2, day 3, 4, and 5, but it's given to us as a week. Okay, as a week. But as we teach this particular MELC, always remember that we can add some sub competencies. So if this is the most essential learning competencies, then if we feel that our learners could not master right away the skill emphasized or the domain emphasized in this MELC, then we can add sub competencies. So we have here, for example, we have this one, nakikilala ang sarili. This is what we have presented in our sample a while back. So this is the second MELC for week 2. So for week 2, we will focus the themes on nasasabi ang mga sariling pangangailangan ng walang pag-aalinlangan at nakasusunod sa mga itinakdang tuntunin at gawain, that those are the routines sa paaralan at silid-aralan. Okay? So ito yung tinitingnan natin. So we have here, it is all about disiplina, yung konsepto na ibigay natin dito. This is the disiplina. And for week 3 ng quarter 1, we will be talking about, we will let our learners demonstrate an understanding of letters. Ayan. So this is now week 3, sort and classify objects according to one attribute, property, that is about the shape, the color, size, function, and use. Okay, so this is now, so we have 3 weeks with 3 most essential learning competencies. So we have here also the week 4 of quarter 1. And as you see that. And then we are now introducing in week 4, we are now introducing the letter, number, or word that is different in group. So we have nais sa kikilos ang sariling kakayahan sa iba't ibang paraan, halimbawa sa pag-awit, pagsayaw, at iba pa. So that's for week 4. For week 5, we will focus on nakikilala ang mga pangunahing emosyon. So tuwa, takot, galit, at lungkot. Then tell which two letters, numbers, or words in a group are the same. So that's for week 5. Then of course for week 6, recognize symmetry. Yan. For we have week 7. This is about the function of each basic body part. Demonstrate movements using different body parts. Then week 8, name the 5 senses and their corresponding body parts. We have the week 9, identify one's basic needs and ways to care for one's body. Then week 10, practice ways to care for one's body. So as you see for quarter 1, we have 10 weeks for quarter 1 to deal with the most essential learning competencies. Then for quarter 2, so we have here quarter 2, we have, okay, this is the week 1, natutukoy na may pamilya ang bawat isa. For week 2, natutukoy kung sino-sino ang bumubuo ng pamilya. Week 3, na ilalarawan kung paano nagkakaiba at nagkakatulad ang bawat pamilya. Then week 4, this is all about pagmamahal sa mga kasapit ng pamilya. As you see, for quarter 2, we are going to talk about more about family. Okay? So, dito natin to bata, yung about sa pamilya. Yung concept nila about family. Dito yan sa quarter 2. Then, for week 5, name the places and the things found in the classroom, school, and community. Because our content standards here, the child demonstrates an understanding of acquiring new words, widening his or her vocabulary, links to her or his experiences. So in this part na, sa week 5, the child demonstrates an understanding of objects in the environment, then have properties or attributes. So this time, shapes and functions, and that objects can be manipulated based on these properties and attributes. So go to week 6, give the names of family members, school personnel, and community helpers, and the roles they play or jobs they do or things that they used to do. Okay, so those are the samples, or those are the melts identified for quarters 1 and quarters 2. Then additional for quarters 2, we have the week 7. So we have week 7. We have here. We will talk about the polite greetings and courteous expressions in appropriate situations. Then week 8, talk about likes, dislikes, the foods. Those are the foods, the pets, toys, games, friends, and places. Then talk about family members, pets, toys, foods, or members of the community using various appropriate descriptive words. Okay, so repeatedly done. Diba? As you notice, as we choose about the milks, so they are repeatedly presented in every quarter. Then week 9, tell and describe the different kinds of weather, that is the sunny, rainy, cloudy, stormy, windy. Then observe and record the weather daily as part of the opening routine. Okay. Then week 10, identify what we wear and use for each kind of weather. So this comprises quarter 2. So still we have 10 weeks in quarter 2. Okay. For part of the second quarter, okay, part of the second quarter is the tracing, activity on tracing, copying and writing the letters of the alphabet. Then straight lines, then combination of straight and slanting lines, then combination of straight and curved lines. Then we have rounded strokes with loops. Then write once, give a name. So we introduce now the letters according to how are they written, how are how they look, yung mga letters of the alphabet. Then for week three, the child demonstrates an understanding of concepts of size, length, weight, time, and money. So tell the names of the days in a week, month, and a year. So that's for week one in quarter three or third quarter. So as you see, uh, with you we will give you copies of the milks, but I guess that you already have copies of your milk. So I hope that you will be walking through with that milk. So you open that one because that would be the milks now would be our Bible. But along with that milk, of course, always also bring with you your curriculum guide. Okay, so with that we have this. Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. So this is what Benjamin Franklin tells us. Okay, and then another thing that we need to remember: children don't care what a teacher knows unless they know the teacher cares. We need to care our learners this time more. We need to give more care on them because it's a different setup, different delivery of the modality, different delivery of the learning for this pandemic. So we need to care more about our learners. Then if a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way we learn. Okay? And with that, thank you very much. Again, this is Annalisa Casas Almazan, your kindergarten focal person in the regional office. Good day, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Annalisa C. Almazan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Annalisa C. Almazan, our Education Program Supervisor and LRMS Manager, focal person for the Kindergarten MELC. Before we go on with our next speaker, we would like to thank the public schools, the district supervisor, the school heads, and of course, you teachers, for without you, this webinar would not be possible. Thank you for your undying support. So this time, let us listen to the Education Program Supervisor of DepEd Region 11, Dr. George N. Wong, for the unpacking of the MELC on multi-grade.
Good day, everyone. Yours truly is the focal person of MT, MTB, MLE for today's regional training of trainers. In this time of threat, challenges, and uncertainties brought by about COVID-19, the directive of our dear Deputy Secretary, Magtulis Briones, is to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the learners, teachers, and personnel of the department, while also finding ways for learning to continue. And it is strongly supported by our beloved Regional Director, Dr. Evelyn R. Pitalbero, and our CLM Chief, Dr. Janet G. Baloso. That is why we have the MELCs, or most essential learning competencies, in all subject area. Process identifying the MELCs. So we have the framework here. We get it from the K-12 curriculum guide, and identify the essential learning competencies, and that to again select the most essential learning competencies. So with this pandemic crisis, we have to shorten our academic calendar for the year 2020-21 with the different delivery modes or model of instruction. MELs in mother tongue. What are the MELs in the mother tongue? The endurance criterion was used in the process of identifying the MELs. Which learning competencies were considered enduring if the learning competencies or LC is useful in lifelong learning. But be reminded, the field, we are encouraged to contextualize the most essential learning competencies in order to accommodate the varying context of learners, teachers, learning environment, and support structures, considering both the content and performance standard. With this, Filipino learners are guaranteed with relevant and quality basic education despite the current health crisis. Which learning competencies were considered endurance? Those that work in close association with other competencies in other subjects. Example, interprets a pictograph based on given legend. As we go on with our seminar or training, we have to consider the number of learning competencies in mother tongue. So we have here for grade 1, mother tongue curriculum guide, we have 768, and most essential learning competencies 71. For grade 2, we have 602 curriculum guide and MELCs 38. For grade 3, we have 368 and 26 MELCs. Total of 1,738 for curriculum guide and 135 MELCs. MELCs are considerably less than the original number of learning competencies in the curriculum because of two factors. A, we have recurrence is limited. For example, grade 1. Grade 1, the learning competencies for grade 1, we have participate actively during story reading by making comments and asking questions. Grade 2, if you observe, there's a recurrence here. Participate actively during story reading by making comments and asking questions in using complete sentences. MELCs are possibly be to merge and clustered. The learning competencies are merged and clustered. How did we come with MELCs in mother tongue? So we have the process, we retain, replace, merge, or clustered and dropped or discarded. We have also to consider the grade level standards. For grade 1, the learner demonstrates basic communication skills in talking about the familiar topics using simple words and both verbal and nonverbal cues to understand. Spoken language shows understanding of basic vocabulary and language structures, reading processes, writing system, and appreciates aspects of one's culture. For grade 2, the learner demonstrates communication skills in talking about variety of topics using developing vocabulary and simple phrases and sentences, simple to complex spoken language using both verbal and nonverbal cues, understands vocabulary and language structure, appreciates and understands the cultural aspect of the language and writing system use, and reads and writes system and short literary and informational texts. For grade 3, the learners demonstrates communication skills in talking about variety of topics using expanding vocabulary and phrases, shows understanding of spoken language in different contexts using both verbal and nonverbal cues, vocabulary and language structures, cultural aspects of the language, reads and writes literary and informational texts. Grade level standards are maintained through the chosen MELCs, as we have discussed a while ago. To use MELCs in mother tongue is another example. Subtask the MELCs. Grade level or quarter. So grade 2, just the first quarter, the MELCs is give the summary of the story. We have to subdivide it, sub competencies or subtopics. Give the main idea of the story poem or poem. And another sub competencies, we have give the correct sequence of 3 to 5 events in the story. And the last one, we have note important details in grade level narrative text, a character, B, setting, C, plot, problem or resolution. 3 is reteach the MELCs as needed. So the sense that the learners did not fully reach your objective, then teacher must reteach the said MELCs. 4, you have to plan. Decide on the duration of MELCs depending on the needs of the learner. So it's high time for the teachers, the principals, and of course supervisors to revisit the classroom for this purpose. So with that, I give you the word of Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. Thank you. Maraming salamat po. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, Dr. George N. Wong, our Education Program Supervisor and the focal person for the multi-grade. Okay, paalala lamang po ha sa mga hindi pa po nakakapag-attendance for today. Open na po yung attendance natin. Please, pumasok na po kayo sa link kasi this link will be closed at 11 a.m. today. So this time, let us listen again to our CLMD
Pagpalang
Education Program Supervisor from
Pagpalang araw sa lahat. Aking pupugay sa ating panrehiyong direktor, Dr. Evelyn Fetalvero, CESO 4, ang ating Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Ines Asuncion, CESO 5, sa Hepe ng Curriculum and Learning Management Division, Dr. Janet G. Veloso, sa mga tagapamanihalang pansangay, ang mga Hepe ng Curriculum and Implementation Division, mga tagamasidpan sangay ng 11 dibisyon, kasama ang buong kaguruan ng Filipino, sa lahat ng nanunood at nakikinig, ang aking pagsaludo sa inyong presensya ngayon. Dumako naman tayo sa asignaturang Filipino, ang oryentasyon sa paggamit ng pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto o MELCS. Unahin natin ang kaligiran ng pagkakabuo ng ELCS to MELCS. Bago pa man ang pandemya, ang Bureau of Curriculum and Learning, ang Bureau of Curriculum Division ay nagkaroon ng inisyatibo sa pagtukoy ng mga mahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto sa pagtutulungan ng ating Bureau Specialist, academic experts at field implementors na pagkasunduan ang panuntunan na gagamiting mekanismo upang mapagtibay ang pagtukoy ng mga kasanayang pampagkatuto. Sa pagtuturo ng Filipino, ang gabay natin ay ang konseptual na balangkas sa K-12. Tunguhin, nilalaman ng konseptual na balangkas ng Filipino curriculum na makalinang ng isang buo at ganap na Pilipinong may kapaki-pakinabang na literacy. Lilinangin ang kakayahang komunikatibo gamit ang 5 makrong kasanayan, reflektibo at may papanuring pag-iisip, pagpapahalagang pampanitikan, pambansang pagkakakilanlan, kultural na literacy, patuloy na pagkatuto upang makaagapay sa mabilis na pagbabagong nagaganap sa daigdig, gamit ang mga lunsarang babasahin at teknolohiya. Magtatagumpay ito sa suporta ng kurikulum, ng guro, ng kagamitang pagtuturo, ng lipunan, pribado at pampubliko, media, tahanan, pamahalaang lokal at administratibo. Sa Filipino, ang kabuuang kasanayang pampagkatuto ay umabot ng 2,378. Bilang ng kasanayang pampagkatuto mula K-12 Curriculum Learning Competency mula 2,378 sa Essential Learning Competency ay nabawasan, naging 1,790 at sa Most Essential Learning Competencies ay naging 708 na po. Kaya ito ay umabot ng 29.77% ang pagbaba ng ating kasanayang pampagkatuto. Sa K-12 versus MELCS, pansinin natin ang talahanayang ito. Sa grade 1, ang 195 naging 48, grade 2, 284 to 37, grade 3, 272 to 55, grade 4, 343 to 102, grade 5, 312 to 57, grade 6, 274 to 51, grade 7, 169 to 47, grade 8, 152 to 73, grade 9, 179 to 103, at grade 10, 198, bumaba ng 135. Kaya from 2,378, naging 708. At ito po ang, sa katabi po dito na talahanayan, ang curriculum guide breakdown per quarter. Ito sa K-12, ito naman ang bago ngayon sa MELCS. Alamin natin ang proseso sa pagpili at pagbuo ng MELC. Ito ay nabuo sa endurance ni Ribs 2002 at ni Maney and Horrell noong 2014. Ito po ang pinagbatayan, ang pananaliksik, pagbasa, pagsulat, pagbasa ng mapa at hypothesis testing. Ang ang isang kasanayang pampagkatuto, ang learning competency o kasanayang pampagkatuto ay nagiging enduring o magtatagal ika nga if it remains with any learners long after a test or unit of study is completed or if it is useful beyond a single test or unit of study. Magtatagal siya kapag nagagamit sa totoong buhay sa letter A. At letter B naman, kung lubhang kailangan upang matutunan ang iba pang asignatura. Halimbawa nito na ibabahagi ang isang pangyayaring nasaksihan o naobserbahan. So nagagamit sa totoong buhay. Letter B, nakasusulat ng isang balangkas mula sa mga nakalap na impormasyon mula sa binasa. Lubhang kailangan. So isinalang-alang din ang pagsasakatuparan ng mga pabantayan sa bawat baitang. Ang mga kasanayang pampagkatuto ay dumaan sa 4 na proseso. May mga kasanayang pampagkatuto na pinanatili, may pinagsama, may tinanggal, at may inayos. Pinanatili kung umayon sa kriteriya at may malaking gampanin na makamit ang inaasahang malinang sa pagtamo ng kasanayan sa susunod na baitang. Pinagsama naman ang kasanayang pampagkatuto kung may na pinagsama sa iisang komprehensibong kasanayang pampagkatuto. Tinanggal naman kung may tiyak na pag-uulit at pagkakatulad sa mga layunin na pinagsama na itinuturing na di paganap na ituro at linangin at mahirap na maisagawa ng libel ng mga mag-aaral. At inayos naman kung tumpak na dapat linangin. Ito ang ilan sa mga halimbawa ng pagproseso ng MELCS. Pinanatili kapag nahuhulaan ang susunod na mangyayari sa napakinggang kwento. Nasusuri kung opinyon o katotohanan ang pahayag. Ang lahat ito ay Filipino grade 1 at Filipino grade 4. So, pinanatili yan. Ito naman ay pinagsama o merge dahil ang bawat pahayag po ay magkapareho lamang ang patutunguhan, nagkaiba lamang sa talata at sa tula. So, ang kabuuan ay bibigay ang paksa ng talata at tula. Tinanggal naman kapag nakagagawa ng sariling maikling pelikula. Ito ay pangkatang gawain. So sa panahon natin ngayon, wala po tayong face-to-face, kaya imposible po na ito po ay magawa ng ating mga mag-aaral. So ito po ay tinanggal. Inayos naman ang tatlong ito na mga orihinal na kasanayang pampagkatuto dahil pareho lamang po ang patutunguhan na iuulat at naiuulat. Ang pagkakaiba lamang ay paaralan, silid-aralan at telebisyon. Ang kabuuan po na iuulat ng pasalita ang mga naobserbahang pangyayari sa paligid, bahay, komunidad, paaralan at sa mga napanood sa telebisyon, cellphone at computer. So yan po ay inayos at pinag-isa pareho po na kasanayang pampagkatuto sa grade 1. Sa case stage 1 o baitang 1 to 3, alamin natin ang pagkasunod-sunod ng spiral progression mula sa nauunawaan ng mga mag-aaral ang pasalita at di pasalitang paraan ng pagpapahayag, dumako sa ikalawang baitang, nasasabi ng mga mag-aaral ang pangunahing diwa. So yun na ang pangalawa, maayos na nakasusulat upang maipahayag at maiugnay ang sariling ideya, damdamin at karanasan. Sa ikatlong baitang, nakapagbibigay na ng kaugnay o katumbas na teksto. So ang tatlong ito po ang kinalabasan kung napansin ninyo sa K-12, 195 naging 48, 284 to 37, 272 to 55. Tama po kayo. Nung kami po ay nagkaroon ng pakighinabi, ito po ang natukoy na yung iba ay nagpaulit-ulit at pareho lang ang mga pagpapahayag. At ito po ang kinalabasan, breakdown ng bawat quarter sa case stage 1. Okay, sa unang baitang, ito po ang mga halimbawa. Nagkaroon po ng pinagsama o merge o clustered ang tatlong linangin sa mga kasanayang pampagkatuto na nakalista sa ELC. Kaya minabuting pagsamahin na lang ang mga ito gamit ang iba't ibang uri ng tekstong inilahad sa ELC. So ito na po ang pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto o MELCS na nabuo. Nasasagot ang mga tanong tungkol sa napakinggang pabula, tugma, tula at tekstong pang-impormasyon. So kung napansin ninyo, pinag-isama natin ang pabula, tugma at tekstong pang-impormasyon. Sa ikalawang baitang naman, ang unang kasanayang pampagkatuto ay pinanatili. Ito po, pinanatili. Samantalang ang tatlong kasanayang pampagkatuto, sumunod ay tinanggal na dahil ito ay paulit-ulit na nabanggit sa loob ng isang baitang. Tingnan ninyo, ang Filipino grade 2 lahat ito, paulit-ulit na binanggit sa isang baitang. So, ang kabuuan, nagagamit ang unang kaalaman o karanasan sa pag-unawa ng napakinggang teksto. So, ibig sabihin, naging malinaw na po dahil pinagsama na po natin, pinanatili po natin at meron tayong tinanggal para maiwasan ang pag-uulit. Sa ikatlong baitang naman, may tinanggal na dalawa at may inayos at pinagsama. Paano? Ang dahilan, tinanggal na ang dalawang naunang kasanayang pampagkatuto dahil ang mga ito ay kahalintulad lang ng mga sumunod na kasanayang pampagkatuto. Pinagsama at inayos na lamang ang tatlong natirang kasanayan dahil ito ay lumilinang lang ng isang kasanayan. So itong dalawa ang tinanggal, isasalaysay muli ang napakinggan teksto, ito pareho lang, at inayos at pinagsama na merge po natin at ito na ang kabuuan na isasalaysay muli ang teksto ng may tamang pagkasunod-sunod ng mga pangyayari sa tulong ng pamatnubay na tanong at balangkas. So pansinin ninyo, pamatnubay na tanong at balangkas, pinag-isa. Sa case stage 2 naman, pansinin natin ang pagbabago. Baitang 4 to 6, ang pamantayan natin ay kakayahan sa pagbasa at pagsulat. May pahayag ang kaalaman, ideya at damdaming angko. Sa ikalimang baitang, kakayahan pa rin sa pakikipagtalastasan at may pagpapahalaga sa panitikan. Sa ika-6 na baitang, kakayahan pa rin sa pakikipagtalastasan, mapanuring pag-iisip at pagpapahalaga sa wika, panitikan at kultura. So, ibig sabihin, may pagkasunod-sunod. Okay, ito na ang kinalabasan. Ang laki ng diferensya, kung mapapansin ninyo. Ang halimbawa, pinagsama. Ang dahilan, ang pinagsama itong tatlo, pinagsama ang kasanayang nais linangin sa mga tukoy na kasanayang pampagkatuto, kaya minabuting pagsamahin na ang mga ito. So, ang nabanggit dito ay pahayag, teksto at ulat. Tingnan natin ang kabuuan na pinagsama. Nasasabi ang sanhi at bunga ayon sa nabasang pahayag, napakinggang teksto at napakinggang ulat. O, tingnan ninyo, pinagsama. O, di ba? Mas naging matibay at naging mas malinaw. Sa ikalimang baitang naman, tinanggal itong lahat. Bakit? Nakasusunod sa 2-3 hakbang na panuto. Tinanggal itong lahat dahil sa napag-uulit-ulit na sa unang yugto o sa case stage 1, nabanggit na, kaya inaasahan na master na ito ng bata pagdating sa kalimang baitang. Ang competencing ito ay kasama na rin sa iba pang competency na nauukol sa pag-unawa sa iba't ibang teksto. At ang competencing ito ay magiging bahagi na ng proseso sa pagtuturo at pagkatuto bukod sa mahirap sukatin ang learning competency na ito. So ito ay hindi na pwedeng gamitin dahil ito ay tinanggal na upang magkaroon ng kalinawan. Nabanggit na kasi ito sa case stage 1. So sa baitang 6 o ika-6 na baitang, pinama naman natin ang 1, 2, 3, 4 na kasanayang pampagkatuto. Ibig sabihin, 4 pinagsama. Ang dahilan, isa lamang ang kasanayang nais sa mga kasanayang pampagkatuto. Kaya pinagsama-sama na ito sa isang MELC. Pansinin natin ang kabuuan. Nasasagot ang mga tanong tungkol sa napakinggan at nabasa na pabula, kwento, tekstong pang-impormasyon at usapan. So ito na. Ibig sabihin, from 4, naging 1. Dahil pinagsama na sa ika-6 na baitang. Let's proceed to case stage 3 o baitang 7 to 10. Kung napansin niyo ay pamamalas na mag-aaral ang kakayahang komunikatibo, mapanuring pag-iisip at pag-unawa at pagpapahalagang pampanitikan ng kulturang panrehiyon. Dito naman ay kulturang Pilipino. Dito naman ay pagkakakilanlang Asyano sa ika-9 na baitang. At sa ika-10 baitang ay sa kamalayang global. Ito lang ang pagkakaiba ng pamantayan ng case stage 3. Ngayon, alamin natin sa grade 7 from 169 down to 47, from 152 down to 73. From 179 sa grade 9 to 103, 198 to 135 ang grade 10. Alamin natin ang mga inayos at pinagsama sa kasanayang pampagkatuto sa ika-7 baitang. Ang dahilan, diba, kung napansin natin, ang keyword dito, kahulugan, 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 at kasing kahulugan. So, mahalaga ang kasanayang ito sa pag-unawa sa binasa na kailanganin ng mga mag-aaral, kaya inayos lamang ang pangungusap at pinagsama na sa isang kasanayang pampagkatuto ang mga paraan ng pagbibigay ng kahulugan para hindi na po paulit-ulit. So, inayos at ito na ang naging kabuuan na ipaliliwanag ang kahulugan ng salita sa pamamagitan ng pagpapangkat, batay sa pangungusap, denotasyon at konotasyon at batay sa kasing kahulugan at kasalungat nito. So, ibig sabihin, isa na, malinaw na, mas klaro na. Sa ika-8 baitang naman, inayos lang din natin. Isinama ang kasanayang pagkatuto na ito dahil kailangan ng ating mag-aaral na maging mapanuri sa mga pinanood sa telebisyon para maging tiyak na ipinagagawa, isinaayos ang kasanayang pagkatuto para maging MELC. So, naging nasusuri ang napanood na pelikula batay sa paksa, layon, tema, gamit ang mga salita at mga tauhan. Sa ika-9 naman na baitang, tinanggal natin ito, itatanghal ang dulang panteatro na pumapaksa sa ilang napapanahong isyo, panlipunan sa kasalukuyan. Bakit tinanggal? Tinanggal na ang mga kompetensing hindi na magagawa ng mga mag-aaral ng mag-isa dahil nangangailangan ng face-to-face na ugnayan. At sa ika-10 baitang naman, nagagamit ang angkop at masining na paglalarawan ng tao, pangyayari at damdamin. Ito ay pinanatili dahil ang kasanayang ito ay tumutugon sa kahingian ng endurance na nagagamit sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa ibang tao. Ang kabuuan, nagagamit ang angkop at masining na paglalarawan ng tao, pangyayari at damdamin. Sa senior high school naman, mapapansin natin, sa core subjects, meron tayong 2, komunikasyon at pananaliksik sa wika at kulturang Pilipino at pagbasa at pagsusuri ng iba't ibang teksto tungo sa pananaliksik. Ito ang kasanayang pampagkatuto. Tingnan natin mula 33 down to 29 at sa pagbasa naman ay 15, wala pong nabago. Mananatili po yun. Pansinin natin ang tinanggal sa komunikasyon at pananaliksik, nakasusulat ng isang panimulang pananaliksik sa mga penomenang kultural at panlipunan. Bakit po siya tinanggal? Inalis na ang kasanayang ito dahil or sapagkat nabanggit na ito o umulit na ito ng magkatulad na learning competency. Kung mapapansin ninyo sa kabuuan na ulit na po. At ito naman sa pagbasa at pagsusuri, natutukoy ang paksang tinalakay sa iba't tekstong binasa. Pinanatili po natin dahil mahalaga ang kasanayang ito upang matutuhan ang mga susunod na kasanayang pampagkatuto at nakatugon ito sa pamantayan. Ika nga. Sa applied subjects, ito yung Filipino sa piling larang. Meron tayong academic, may sports, may sining at disenyo at technical vocational. Sa Filipino sa piling larang academic, isa lang po ang natanggal. Sa piling larang ay isa rin po ang natanggal at nanatili naman sa sining at disenyo at technical vocational. Pansinin natin ang pinanatili natin sa Filipino sa piling larang na kapag sasagawa ng panimulang pananaliksik kaugnay ng kahulugan, kalikasan at katangian ng iba't ibang anyo ng sulating akademiko. Bakit siya pinanatili? Dahil nakatugon ang kasanayang ito sa pamantayan at sa kasanayan sa pananaliksik. So mahalagang mahalaga ito. Sa malikhaing pagsulat naman o specialized subject ika nga, mula 27, naging 26 lamang po. Ito yon, isinaayos lamang natin, natutukoy ang iba't ibang elemento, mga teknik, kagamitang pampanitikan sa panulaan. Isinaayos lamang dahil ginawang mas tiyak ang kasanayang pampagkatuto. Mas malinaw na naging natutukoy ang mga tiyak na anyo at kumbensyon sa panulaan. Paano gamitin ang mga MERP ngayon? So, ang mangyayari dahil ito ay pangkalahatan na at napansin nyo naman kanina na pinag-isa na, pinagsama na as one. So, hihimay-himayin nyo lamang sa isang linggo, kung isang MERP lamang, hihimay-himayin nyo lang para sa matiyak na kasanayang pampagkatuto. Paano gamitin ito? Halimbawa, ito yung pangkalahatan o pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto. Paano hinimay? Naging kung ito ay nagagamit ng wasto ang mga pangalan at panghalip sa pagtalakay tungkol sa sarili sa mga tao, hayop, lugar, bagay at pangyayari sa paligid, sa usapan at paglalahad tungkol sa sariling karanasan. Ito po ay sa ikalimang baitang unang markahan. Paano natin hinimay? Ito na, natutukoy ang kahulugan ng mga pangalan at panghalip na kapag bibigay ng mga halimbawa ng pangalan at panghalip, na kapag bibigay ng reaksyon sa isang usapin at na isasalaysay ang sariling karanasan. Ibig sabihin, ang nalinang po natin ay magkaiba pero iisang merks lamang o competency, hinimay natin upang mas malinaw. So mayroon po tayong kalayaan na maghimay-himay. So ito, paano gagamitin? Ulitin ang ilang merk, pwede po sa iba pang markahan ng bawat baitang kung kinakailangan sa lalong paglinang nito. Halimbawa dito, sa unang baitang, ikatlong markahan, ikalawang baitang unang markahan, ikatlong baitang unang markahan, pareho lang po na ulit lang natin. Dahil kinakailangan po. Pero merk na po ito. Ito, kung napansin ninyo. Okay? Aktual na halimbawa ng listahan ng MELTs, ito po makikita ninyo. So ito po ay uploaded na sa ating LR portal at sa ating LMS. Pumili ng mga magkasamang MELT na sasakto para sa 8 linggo. Maaring sumangguni din sa gabay pang kurikulum para sa pagpapasyang ito. Ang mahalaga, matarget ang mga kasanayang pampagkatuto na nasa MELT sa bawat baitang. Bukod sa pangtangguni sa gabay pang kurikulum, para sa pag-uulit ng isang kasanayang pampagkatuto at sa pagpapasyang pagsama-sama ng ilang MELCs sa isang markahan, maaari ding sumangguni sa final na version ng MELCs kung saan makikita ang mga code dito. Again, ang final na version ng MELCs po ay nasa ating portal na at sa mga education program supervisor, meron na rin po silang kopya na pwede maibigay sa inyo. Meron na rin po yung code. Ang mga code ang nagsasabi ko ano-anong mga LC ang pinagsama-sama sa bawat MELC. Paalala lamang po, binibigyang laya ang mga guro na makapili ng mga magkakasamang MELC sa bawat linggo. Ang layunin sa pagpili ng mga MELC ay hindi upang palitan ang kasalukuyang curriculum guide, kundi upang magabayan ang mga guro sa pagtukoy ng mga kompetensing mas kinakailangan ng mga mag-aaral sa taong panuruang 2020 to 2021. So, ibig sabihin, hinihikayat pa rin ang mga guro na sumangkuni sa curriculum guide ng Filipino. Muli, isang pagpapala ang makapaglingkod sa bayan. Maraming salamat, pamilyang Filipino. Ito po si Ginang Mary Jane M. Mejorada, ang Education Program Supervisor ng Filipino.
Ayan. Napakinggan po natin si Ma'am Mary Jane M. Mejorada, LMD Education Program Supervisor and focal person for the subject area Filipino. So, going further, let us listen to our Regional Education Program Supervisor and focal person for the English subject, Dr. Manuel P. Vallejo.
To our regional director, Dr. Evelyn R. Fitalvero, our assistant regional director, Dr. Maria Inesi Asuncion, to our CLND chief, Dr. Janet G. Veloso, to all chiefs of the regional office, functional divisions, our schools division superintendents, assistant schools division superintendents, all regional education program supervisors, CID chiefs of division Fs, and to all LMS trainers in the learning areas, the regional technical working group and staff, and of course, the English participants. Once again, a bountiful and healthful day to all of us. Well, to start, on and in behalf of the Bureau of Learning Delivery and the Bureau of Curriculum Development, I would like to cascade to you regional trainers here in PowerPoint the presentation of the most essential learning competencies or MELCs in English for grades 1 to 12. Well, due to COVID-19, the Department of Education urgently prepared the Learning Continuity Plan or LCP that highlights on the shortened academic calendar, different delivery models, and identification of MELCs. And then, as we all know, that prior to the pandemic, the BCD started working on the identification of essential learning competencies in the past 18 months as part of its initiative in reviewing the intended curriculum, where Bureau specialists, academic experts, and field implementers worked collaboratively employing the consensus judgment approach. And these LCs were determined based on a US developed competency validation rubric intended to assure that learning competencies can reach the highest level of quality and comparability across schools, with adaptations being made to improve relevance by accounting the Philippine context. By the way, what is an ELC? It is aligned with national, state, and or local standards, frameworks. Then it connects the content to higher concepts across content areas. It is applicable to real-life situations. It is more important than other LCs. Then it is not expected to be learned from parents or communities. Everybody is aware that we have various of learning competencies, as we can see in our curriculum guide. But then these 3,120 competencies are being converted into MELCs. In totality, there are 229. Like for instance, grade 1, current CG, 56, then MELCs, 12, and so on and so forth. So take note, we only have 229 for the MELCs. So now, in order to ensure that the grade level standards are maintained, the endurance criterion was used as the sole determiner for the MELC, which requires that the learning competency or LC be useful in lifelong learning. And to simplify that the word endurance means continuous and long lasting. Now, which LCs were considered enduring? First, those that work in close association with other competencies and other subjects, maintaining the curricular quality of integration. Example, for grade 4, quarter 1, identify different meanings of concepts, specific words, denotation, and connotation. Next, those that do not recur Recurrence is limited at early stage while observing spiral progression. In other competencies in which we would observe recurrence, meaning to say repetitive. Like for example, for key stage 2, for grade 6, quarter 2, the competency is detect biases and propaganda devices used by speakers. And then for key stage 3, grade 8, quarter 3, examine biases for or against made by the author. So this does not mean that the teacher is prohibited from teaching an LC more than once. Following the principle of curriculum flexibility and differentiated instruction, he or she is strongly advised to put focus and therefore repeat an LC should circumstance require. Ayan, so ibig sabihin, teacher factor pa rin as far as pedagogy or any other strategies. So as it requires, the teacher has really do something to modify just to reach out the learners. Another one, those LCs of the same nature that can be clustered together. As you can see the diagram, no? I mean, this illustration is very clear that among the many, these competencies are going to be clustered. Ayan. Okay, like this table here, that there are competencies, and then this encircled with the red marks, yep, are being studied until such time, no? Okay, this is actually the result of clustering. That is why it came out that the competency is to note significant details of various text types. In other words, from micro, nagiging macro siya. From many, nagiging ano na, one major thing. So that's it. Now, cluster competencies require unpacking and subtasking so that bigger or broader LCs may be broken down into manageable sub-competencies. Like, for example, use a variety of informative, persuasive, and argumentative writing techniques. This would entail a number of other competencies in order for it to be achieved. Ito na yung basihan niya. 1, making a strand. 2, gathering information from various sources. And the third one is citing sources of information. Now, how are the MELCs organized? So ito na. Okay, so you can see that there are competencies here that are being deleted, and the purpose of which is to be organized. Ayan. So that means for integration. And then the MELCs were arranged in a list based on cognitive demand, which makes a way for better curriculum flexibility as teachers are able to freely integrate the learning competencies without the restrictions of horizontal alignment. Now for the grading period, so say from quarters 1, 2, 3, 4. So here are the learning competencies. English, grade 6. Dito na, so for quarter 1, identify real or make-believe fact or non-fact images. Then, interpret the meaning suggested in visual media through a focus on visual elements, for example, lines, symbols, color, gaze, framing, and social distance. And then make connections between information viewed and personal experiences. And then for quarters 2, identify the purpose, key structural, and language of features of various types of informational factual text. Recognize evaluative word choices to detect biases and propaganda devices used by speakers. And compare and contrast content of materials viewed to other sources of information, just like print, online, and broadcast. And then now for the quarters 3, present a coherent comprehension report on different viewpoints of an issue, and evaluate narratives based on how the author developed the elements. And then for the fourth quarters, compose clear and coherent sentences using appropriate grammatical structures. And these are the verb tenses, conjunction, and then adverbs. And then compose persuasive essay on self-selected topics. The schedule and time allotment of LCs in quarters are suggestive in nature. The duration of an LC is relative. What is required is that the list of competencies be achieved in the specified grade level. Another one is because content and performance standards in the English curriculum are described then take note that we have four standards. We have the program, the grade level, the content, and the performance. Now let us have the walkthrough of the MELCs into 3 case stages. Now for case stage 1, that's for grades 1 to 3. Okay, grade level standards for grade 1. The learner listens for comprehension, speaks clearly, and uses appropriate expressions in talking about oneself, family, and other social context interactions. To 1-2 paragraphs, use appropriate expressions in varied situations, and then read text for pleasure and information, critically and meaningful thought units, responds properly to environmental prints like signs, posters, comments, and requests, and writes legibly simple sentences and messages in cursive form. And then for grade 3, the learner listens critical to get information from text heard, demonstrates independence in using the basic language structure in oral and written communication, and reads with comprehension. Okay, let's now check this illustration here that the learning competency from K to 12 English curriculum guide. So these are all called merged. Okay, this group of words that are blocked, yep, with the red marks. So these are merged and then converted into one. So the retained or rephrased now as milk, ito na. So this becomes read phrases, short sentences, and short stories consist of words, right? Short the a, the I, the o, and the a. Then answer the who, what, and where questions about them. Again, this milk is retained, rephrased, basing from the merged LCs. Okay, next one is ito na. Another learning competency from K to 12 English CG marked as dropped. Use common expressions and polite greetings. Why is it dropped? There is justification of that. That during the curriculum review in the 2019, this is one of the LCs tagged as desirable and was therefore no longer retained as a MELC. So that was the justification of that. Another one, LC from K to 12 English CG retained as MELC. Review reading and writing short a, I, o, and a words in CVC pattern. So the justification goes this way. This is an example of an LC from the CG that is retained to ensure a smooth flow of transition from reading to writing. Thus, a review of the short sound is necessary. This will also be helpful in case not all the short sounds were covered in the previous grade level. Now let us have a walkthrough of the MELCs, and this time for Key Stage 2 from grades 4 to 6. Now for the grade level standards, grade 4, the learner listens critically to various text types and expresses ideas accurately in both oral and written forms, demonstrates confidence in the use of the language to meet everyday needs, and reads independently and gets relevant information from various text types. And then for grade 5, the learner listens critically to different text types, including news reports and other radio broadcasts, needs independently and gets relevant information from various text types, expresses ideas accurately and logically in oral and written forms, demonstrates interests in reading and confidence in the use of the language to meet various everyday needs. And then for the grade 6, the learner listens critically, communicates feelings and ideas orally, in writing with the high level of materials to serve learning needs in meeting a wide range of life's purposes. Now, again, out of many learning competencies, these are clustered into: use context clues to find meanings of unfamiliar words. Now, the learning competency from K to 12 English CG considered dropped: show willingness and enthusiasm in reading or listening to a literary text. And then the justification why this LC is dropped: all LCs under the attitude domain were deleted as this may be subsumed in another learning area, example ESP, that focuses on attitude formation. So when we say subsume, this is actually absorbed, no, into other LC. And this particular LC pala is on the other learning area, which is ESP. Another LC from K to 12, why is it retained as milk? In lifelong learning. In particular, given the cognitive demand of the LC, unpacking it would be necessitate, or it would necessitate a number of other essential LCs, like for example, making a strand, developing word in here is endurance. So meaning to say, um, continuous, and the other term for that is long lasting. Now let's have a walkthrough of the MELCs for Key Stage 3 for grades 7 to 10. Now the grade level standards for grade 7. The learner demonstrates communicative competence through his/her understanding of Philippine literature and other text types for a deeper appreciation of Philippine culture. And then for grade 8, the learner demonstrates communicative competence through his or her understanding of Afro-Asian literature and other text. And then for grade 9, the learner demonstrates communicative competence through his or her understanding of British American literature, including Philippine literature and other text types, for a deeper appreciation of the Philippine culture and those of other countries. And for grade 10, The learner demonstrates communicative competence through his or her understanding of literature and other text types for a deeper appreciation of world literature, including the Philippine literature. Now, the competencies now encircled with the red marks. Okay, the first one is use appropriate idiomatic expressions in a variety of basic interpersonal communicative situations. Since this LC style develops skills in applying a variety of interpersonal communication strategies, they merge into the milk. And another one, select an appropriate colloquial or idiomatic word or expression as a substitute for another word or expression. So the competency for this is to employ a variety of strategies for effective interpersonal communication. As such, interview, dialogue, conversation, and many others. Now, this learning competency was retained. Okay, the competency goes like this: express one's beliefs, convictions based on the material viewed. Why is it retained? Due to its compliance to the endurance criterion. Expressing one's belief or conviction on material viewed is an indication that a learner has already established skills on making a stand taught in earlier grade level. Another one, these learning competencies were dropped due to recurrence. What are these competencies? Ito na, so listen for important points signaled by volume, projection, pitch, stress. Yep, same thing with. Parang nagkaiba lang doon sa first word, then followed by almost similar words. Note projection, pitch, stress, intonation, juncture, and rate of speech. Another one, listen for important points. Okay, there is that volume, projection, stress, intonation. Then next is, they almost have the same words used here. And then these learning competencies were dropped due to recurrence. Ayan, due to repetition. So these competencies now are being subsumed in. That's why you have to employ now a variety of strategies for effective interpersonal communication. And then pasok na dyan ang interview, dialogue, conversation. Ayan. So, again, from dropping into subsuming. Ayan. Tama ba ang aking term? So, the new competency now is to employ a variety of strategies. Okay. Now for case stage 4, the senior high school grades 11 to 12. So we have the course description with the course subject, the reading and writing for grades 11 and 12. The development of reading and writing skills as applied to a wide range of materials other than poetry, fiction, and drama. Okay. I want you to see the learning competencies. The first one, the learner now is to describe a written text as connected discourse. And then number 4, identifies properties of a well-written text as to organization, coherence, and cohesion, the language use, and the mechanics. You know, these LCs were merged into a modified LC since both develop skills on written text. So the final one now is evaluate a written text based on its properties as to organization, coherence, and cohesion, the language use, and mechanics. The competency goes this way explains how one's purpose is a crucial consideration in academic and professional writing. You know, this LC was dropped since it is already subsumed in the competency below. Thus, identifies the unique features of and requirements in composing text that are useful across disciplines, like a book review or article critic, literature review, research report, project proposal, and position paper. Ayan. To all participants, ayan, so thank you for listening. Then if you have something to be emphasized, to be discussed, to be asked later on during the open forum. Okay, once again, thank you so much for listening. This is Manuel P. Vallejo, in charge of the English or the regional focal person in English. Once again, good day, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Manuel P. Vallejo, the Education Program Supervisor and the focal person for the English subject. So, moving on, we will have Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, CLMD Education Program Supervisor and focal person for the subject area Math.
Okay, so I will now present the walkthrough with the milk in mathematics. So we will start with the subject that pervades life at any age and in any circumstance. Thus, its value goes beyond the classroom and school. Mathematics as a school subject, therefore, must be learned comprehensively and with much depth. So the twin goals of mathematics in the basic education levels 2 to 10 are critical thinking and problem solving. Critical thinking, according to Stephen and Paul, 1987, is the intellectual discipline process of actively and skillfully conceptualizing, applying, analyzing, synthesizing, or evaluating information gathered from or generated by observation, experience, reflection, reasoning, communication as a guide to a belief and action. So on the other hand, mathematical problem solving is a way around to find solutions around a difficulty, around an obstacle, and finding a solution to a problem that is unknown. So these two goals are to be achieved with an organized, rigorous curriculum content, a well-defined set of high-level skills and processes, desirable attitude and values, appropriate tools, taking into account the different content of the Filipino learner. So there are 5 content areas in the curriculum adapted from the framework. We have numbers, number sense, measurement, geometry, patterns in algebra, and probability and statistics. So the specific skills and processes to be developed are knowing and understanding, estimating, computing, and solving, visualizing and modeling, representing, communicating, conjecturing, reasoning, proving, and decision making, applying, and connecting. So the following values and attitude are to be honed as well. We have accuracy, creativity, objectivity, perseverance, and productivity. So we recognize that the use of appropriate tools is necessary in teaching mathematics. So this includes manipulative objects, measuring devices, calculators and computers, smartphones, and tablets, PCs, and the internet. So let us move to the identification of the most essential learning competencies from our current curriculum guide, learning competencies. So the Department of Education conducted a curriculum review of the intended curriculum. So they map essential and desirable competencies. They identify the prerequisite knowledge and skills within the learning area. Analysis of conduct analysis of interconnectedness of prerequisite knowledge and skills among learning competencies across learning areas. So from the curriculum review of grade 2, second quarter, number 10, for competencies number 24, for example, 24 to 26, 27, the four competencies are considered essential learning competencies. And how do we know that the competencies are essential? If that competency is what the students need, considered indispensable to building skills, to equip learners for the next grade level and for lifelong learning. So these were considered as essential. And because they were essential, of course, they have to undergo endurance criterion. As we can see from their identification of NELP, we have identified that only competency 24 and 27 satisfies endurance criterion. How do we know that the competency satisfies the endurance criterion? What do we mean by endurance? Okay. So endurance is the competency will remain with learners long after a test or unit or study is completed if it is useful beyond a single test or unit of a study. So we are also merging number 25 and number 26, that's the action taken. Because as you can see from the two competencies are related and may be harmonized, unified for a more focused development of the concept. Here, another example, we have curriculum review of grade 2 again. So for competencies number 28, 29, 30, 31. So only competency number 29 and 30 are considered essential. So the competency 28 and 31 are desirable. And upon identification of them, those desirable competencies were taken out and included as most essential learning competencies. So what left? Competency number 29 and 30, of which they are considered essential. How do we know that? How to determine that the competency is a desirable competency? If that competency will only enhance education, but will not be necessary in building foundational skills of our learners. So that is desirable competencies. Another example for curriculum review of grade 6 measurement. Um, Competency number 70, 1, 72, 73, 75, 76 were essential, and 74 and 77 were considered desirable. But during their identification, they also did not include and drop competency number 71 because it was identified that the learning competency is more of a teacher's action. How to use the MELT, the most essential learning competency in a contextualize the instructional task whenever necessary. Number 3, examine the identified MELT for each factor. You have to remember that time will be flexible because what is being prioritized is the development of math skills over competence and content knowledge. So the MELT is the learning goal for the quarter. Fast is the milk is a big chunk of our learning goal. That is why at the end of my presentation, we will be starting unpacking of competencies because there were also competencies that were of a big chunk of a learning goal. So let us compare the number of learning competencies in the original curriculum guide that we're using now and the that we are using now. So for grades 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, a total of 741 learning competencies. And we have only 657 essential learning competencies with a total of 543 identified as the most essential learning competencies. Let us compare also the number of competencies retained, dropped, merged from the original curriculum guide by grade level. As you can see, um, those grade level with the highest number of competencies retained is grade 9. Grade 9. And the most number of competencies are being merged and replaced. Um, grade 1. The most number of competencies dropped is grade 5 and grade 6. So that's the comparison. Let us now have a walkthrough of page 1 itself. So for mathematics grade 1, quarter 1, we have a total of 10 competencies identified as the most essential learning competencies because some of the competencies were merged, replaced, dropped. Like for example, for competencies number 1, number 6, 7, and 2 and 8 were merged and replaced. And competency number 4 was dropped. Number 12 and number 13 merge and replace, 14 and 15 merge and replace. So for mathematics grade 1 quarter 2, a total of 8 competencies identified as the most essential because learning competency 27 and 36 were dropped, 21 and also 22. So competency number 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25 were merged and because they are related competencies. For grade 1, second quarter, uh, for competency number 30, 31, 32, those were merged and replaced, while 32, number 30 competency was dropped. For grade 1, quarter 3, we have a total of 12 identified most essential learning competencies because competency number 39, 40 were merged and replaced, and 41 and 42 were merged, 7, 8 merged, 9, 10, and 11 were also merged. It is because competencies are related and some were subsumed in some of the competencies. Um, competency number 16, 17 merged, replaced. Competency number 18, 19, 20, 21 were merged and replaced, while competency number 22 was dropped. Quarter 2 of mathematics grade 2, we have 10 most essential learning competencies. Because learning competency number 28, 31, and 41 were dropped. Competency number 25 and number 26 to merge and replace. So, for mathematics, it's a quarter, grade 2, competency number 32, 33, merge, replace, 34, 35, 34, also merge and replace. Competency number 39 and 40, merge and replace, which were related. So we just move to quarter 3 of grade 2, total of 15 most essential learning competencies. Competency number 43 and 48, trust. Competency number 51, 52, merge and refrain. Competency number 54, 55, merge and refrain. Refrain. 58, trust. For competency number 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, and 68 were all trust. Because as you can see, the reason I dropped in learning competencies were integrated in some aspects. So for quarter 4 of mathematics grade 2, we only have 15 competencies, most essential. Because competency number 70, 71 for merge and replace. Competency number 72, 74, merge and replace. 73 and 78, merge and replace. Because they were related. 77, 79, again, merge and replace. While 83, 84, 80, while 83 and 84 were dropped. So for competency number 88, 89, 92, and 93, those competencies were dropped because they observed that competency 88 and 89 were not appropriate for grade 2, so as they still to master reading and writing. So we have reasons from the action taken. So for mathematics grade 3, quarter 1, we have most essential learning competencies at 15. While learning competency number 15 and 24 will drop. Competency number 5 and 6 merge and replace. 8 and 9 merge and replace. 13, 14 merge and replace. 19 and 20 merge and replace. For quarter 2 of grade 3, we only have 14 most essential learning competencies because learning competency number 36 and 45 were dropped. Learning competency number 25 and 26, 27 were all merged and replaced because they were related. So competencies number 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 merged and replaced. So competencies number 40 and 41 merged and replaced. So let us move to quarter 3 of mathematics grade 3. Total of 13 most essential learning competencies because competencies number 27, 49 were merged and replaced. 50 and 51, 52 were also merged and replaced, while competency number 60 was cut. It's integrated in the art subject. For mathematics grade 3, quarter 4, we have only 13 most essential learning competencies because competency number 63, 64 were merged and replaced. Competency number 65 was replaced. Competency number 58 and 69 merged and replaced. Competency number 71, 72, 74, those competencies were dropped. So let us now move to our walkthrough in stage 2 now. Let us start with quarter 1 of mathematics grade 4. For mathematics grade 4, quarter 1, we only have 14 most essential learning competencies. In the identification of those essential learning competencies, competency number 12 and 19 were dropped. Competencies number 3 and 5 were merged and replaced. Competencies 14 and 15 merged and replaced. Competency number 20, 21 merged and replaced. For quarter 2, for grade 4, we have only 18 essential learning competencies. Because learning competency number 29 and 28 were dropped. 26, 27 were merged and replaced, while 30, 35 were dropped. Okay, so let us move to quarter 2 of grade 4. total of 17 learning most essential learning activities. Competency number 45, 46 were merged and replaced. Competencies number 60, 66, and 67 were dropped. For quarter 4 of math grade 4, we only have 15 now. It was 69, number 69 competencies, 71, 23, 26, and 86 were all dropped competencies. For mathematics grade 5 quarter 1, total only of 17 identified most essential learning competencies. Because learning competency 8, 14, 15, 23, and 28 were dropped. Competencies number 1, 2, 3 were also dropped. Competencies number 9 and 10 merged and replaced. Competencies number 11 and 12 merged and replaced. 15 and 16 also merged and replaced. So, quarter 2 of grade 5, total of 19 most essential learning competencies. Learning competency number 37 and 48 were dropped. Learning competency number 33, 35, 38, and 43 were dropped because those competencies does not satisfy the endurance criteria. Learning competency number 45, 46, and 50 were also dropped because 46 was assumed in learning competency number 45 and also 50 was assumed in learning competency number 49. Let us move to mathematics grade 5, quarter 3. So the total 21 most essential learning for competency number 61, so competency number 64, 66, and 78 were dropped. Mathematics grade 5, quarter 4, total of 18 learning, most essential learning competencies. Learning competency 85, between 7, 107 were dropped. Learning competency 82, 88 also were dropped. Learning competency 81, 95, and 98 also were dropped. Mathematics 6, quarter 1, a total of 17 most essential learning competencies. Learning competency number 3, 6, 9, 12, 17, and 25 of grade 6 were part were dropped. Learning competency number 18, 19 merged and replaced. Learning competency number 20 and 21 merged and replaced. Quarter 2 of grade 6, total of 17 most essential learning competencies. Competency number 27, 29, 32, 36 were dropped, while competency number 41 and 42 merged and replaced. Competency number 44 and 45 merged and replaced. Quarter 3 of grade 6, a total of 15 most essential learning competencies. Because learning competency number 61, 74, and 27 were dropped. Learning competency number 67, 71 dropped. 49, 51 merged and replaced, while 53 and 54 were dropped. So for quarter 4 of grade 6, a total of 12 learning competencies. Competency number 78 dropped. Number 79 and 80 merged and replaced. 82 dropped. 84 and 89 dropped. So let us now move to our walkthrough of junior high school mathematics. Now, mathematics grade 7, quarter 1, total of 15 most essential learning competencies. For competency number 1 and 2, the action taken was to merge and replace, while competency number 3 and 4 also merge and replace, 15 and 19 merge and replace. For quarter 2, we only have identified 16 most essential learning competencies. We have competency number 20 and 21 dropped, competency number 25 and 36 merged and replaced. Competency number 26 and 27 and also 29 were all merged and replaced because the learning competencies having the same mathematical focus and foundational skills are merged, transferred, and replaced. Competencies number 35 and 37 merged and replaced. For quarter 3 of grade 7, we only have 11 most essential learning competencies. There were no drops, nor merge and replace competency. For quarter four, um, only competency number 53 was dropped. So about grade 8, quarter 1, we only have a total of 18 most essential learning competencies, with competency number 9 and 10 merged and rephrased, competencies number 19 and 20 merged and rephrased. Mathematics grade 8, quarter 2, a total of 16 most essential learning competencies, um, because 21 and 22 learning competencies were merged and rephrased, while 25 dropped, 31 and 32 were merged. Rephrased. Quarter 3 of grade 8, total of 8 most essential learning competencies. No changes. No changes for quarter 3 of grade 8. Quarter 4 of grade 8, we have only 10 most essential learning competencies. So no changes. Um, no action taken. You can see from the um from the slide. So math grade 9, quarter 1, we have only 16 identified most essential learning competencies. No change. No changes. No? There were no, um, all of the competencies were most essential. So mathematics grade 9, quarter 2, we have only 11 most essential learning competencies because 21 dropped. Okay, so for mathematics grade 9, quarter 3, we have only 12 most essential learning competencies because competency number 29 was dropped. So how about quarter 4? Quarter 4 has only 6 most essential learning competencies without change. So mathematics grade 10, quarter 1, we have only identified 12 most essential learning competencies because competency number 3 and 4 were merged and replaced. Competency number 7 dropped. Competencies number 8 and 9 merged and replaced, while competency number 10 dropped. Competencies number 13 and 16 merged and replaced. 17 dropped. For quarter 2 of grade 10, total of 12 identified most essential learning competencies. Because competency number 20 was replaced, competencies number 27 dropped, 31 and 32 merged and replaced. Quarter 3 of grade 10, total of 10 most essential learning competencies. Because 34 and 38 learning competencies were taught. Quarter 4 of grade 10, total of only 6 most essential learning competencies. So let us now have an overview of our senior high school mathematics subject. So for senior high school mathematics subject, in general mathematics, statistics and probability, business mathematics. While for STEM courses, we have pre-calculus, basic calculus. As we can see from the table, for general mathematics, we have only 63 learning competencies from our current curriculum guide, while we identified only 58 essential learning competencies and down to 54 identified most essential learning competencies. For statistics and probability, 71 was from the current curriculum guide, while only 65 identified as essential and 37 as most essential. For business mathematics, 45 from the curriculum guide and 35 the most essential learning competencies. Pre-calculus, 49 and 30 most essential. Basic calculus, 39 from the current curriculum guide, learning competencies were only 32 considered as most essential. If we are to compare the retained merged and those learning competencies from the original PG, we can see from the graph that the same competencies of general mathematics is the highest percentage from all the 5 subjects, while business mathematics has the highest merging and continuous rate. And The calculus is the highest percentage of top competency. So let us now move to our workflow of core subjects, um, core math subjects, and business math. So let us start from general mathematics part 1. For general mathematics part 1, we only have a total of 30 identified most essential learning competencies. Competencies number 11, 17, 25, 24, and 29 were all mathematics quarter 2, general mathematics, total of 24 identified most essential learning competencies. Competency number 49 was dropped, while 53 and 54 were merged and replaced. 52, 63 dropped, was quarter 3 of statistics and probability, total of 27. Because competency number 5, number 12, number 24, number 25, and 27 were dropped because the content knowledge is not widely used in conducting student research in senior high school. Competencies number 28, 30, 31 also dropped. Competencies number 33, 34, 35 dropped. Competencies number 37, 38, 39 also were dropped. And also 40 and 41. So let us now move to quarter 4 of statistics and probability. Total and 24 most essential learning competencies. Yes. Competency number 37 is dropped. Quarter 1 in business mathematics, a total of 15 most essential learning competencies identified. While competency number 1 was dropped, competencies number 2 and 3 were merged. So, competencies number 1 dropped, 2 and 3 were merged and replaced. So for competencies number 2, replaced. Competencies number 5, number 10, replaced. For quarter 2 of business mathematics, we only have 20 most essential learning competencies. Because competency number 13 replaced. Competency number 3 dropped. Competency number 1, 3, 4 were all dropped. Competencies number 6 and 7 were merged and replaced. So let us now move or walk through of pre-calculus and basic calculus notes. For pre-calculus quarter 1, total of 15 most essential learning competencies identified with competency number 4, 7, 10, 13 were dropped. Competencies number 16, 17, 18, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 were dropped. Competencies of quarter 2 identified as most essential competencies is 15. So competency number 6 replaced, competency number 8 replaced, competency 10 and 11, 12 merged and replaced, while competency number 13, 14, 15, 17, 18 were all dropped. Competency number 19, 20, for quarter 3 of basic calculus, a total of 22 identified most essential learning competencies because 13 competency was replaced. Competencies like 10 and 11, 10, 11, 12 were all dropped, including competency number 5. Competency number 6 was replaced. Competency number 7 replaced. Competency number 8 dropped. For quarter 4 of basic calculus, total of only 11 most essential learning competencies. Because competency number 3 was replaced, 4 also was replaced, 5 replaced, competency number 6 dropped, competency number 7 replaced, and competency number 10 dropped. So let us now move to unpacking of milk. Unpacking of milk. Why is it that we need to unpack the most essential learning competency? Because of different directions. So that should be unpacked. So why we need to unpack? Because there are some competencies that are so ambiguous or too narrow and reflect different kinds of goals simultaneously. In unpacking the competencies, we have to consider knowledge, skill, core message, the value, and its little paper. The unpacking to pass analysis of the content standard. So in unpacking of the competencies, it's important that you have to consider the teaching and the learning content. Consider the learner's characteristics. Consider let us also determine the required skills, knowledge, and incorporate into delivery and assessment. Determine the dimensions of competitive and also incorporate in delivery and assessment. Determine the key competencies, employability skills, and incorporate in delivery and assessment. Determine also the appropriate and engaging learning activity. So let us have a very simple example of unpacked learning competencies. For grade 3 or for example, competencies number 5, number 7, number 11, number 10, aware of a big chunk competencies. So we split the competency for number 5 into two sub-competencies. For compares using relation symbols and orders in increasing or decreasing order, 4 to 5 digit numbers up to 10,000, we splitted. We splitted the competency into comparing numbers at both 10,000 using relation symbols and ordering 4 to 5 digit numbers in increasing or decreasing order. Also, competency number 7 was split into uh, two sub-competencies, also for 11 and number 15. So it is important that to split. However, we also need to consider the time allotment each of the competencies. So let us now move to the sample lesson exemplar in mathematics. So I choose uh, the first quarter of grade 8 mathematics that is to be done week 7 with a duration of 3 days. So in the lesson exemplar was clearly presented code, the key concept, the learning objectives, is very important. Number 2, the content, and also specify the references. Number 3, the learning procedures. So for learning procedures, we have part 1, the preliminary activities. Preliminary activities include prayer, greeting, uh, yes, preliminary activities will start with prayer, greeting, checking of attendance, and reminders. Part of the preliminary activities is a drill, um, review, and motivation. Second part of the learning procedure is the developmental activity. Developmental activity includes the activity, the analysis, the abstraction, the application. So for part 4 is the evaluation. Part 5, agreement, assignment. Part 6, the reflection. And also do not forget to answer and input the data like numbers, number of learners who earned 80% in the evaluation, the number of learners who require additional activities for remediation who scored below 80%, and also answer the following questions. Did the remedial lessons work? And also include the number of learners who have caught up with the lesson, number of learners need to continue to remediation, and also which of my teaching strategies worked well and why did those strategies work. Include also at the bottom part of your lesson part your name, of course. It's your hard work. You have to put your name as the writer, include the school and the division. So if you are putting some illustration, some figures in your lesson exemplar to avoid um, copying some illustrations from the internet, from the book, or from other sources. Ask for the help of some illustrators. But you have to also include the name of the illustrator, including the school and the division. That's the lesson is applied.
Okay, John.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Curriculum Learning Management Division, Education Program Supervisor, and focal person for the subject area Mathematics. And of course, we would like to extend our utmost gratitude to the rest of the regional education supervisors and at the same time, focal persons for the different subject areas that we have walked through this morning. So going on, we would like to announce this time the winners for our early birds. Ay, okay po. Sige. Hindi pa po ready yung slides. So, I would like to remind you na open pa po ang attendance natin for this morning. So, ngayon, we would like to welcome on stage. We would like to show you the video pala of the attendance na selfies nyo kahapon. Yung pong na-upload nyo na picture kahapon sa attendance link kahapon. So ngayon, let us witness. And of course po pala, this AVP would not be possible without the help of our ICT District Coordinator, Mr. Felix Ihalas. Maraming salamat po, Sir Ihalas, for availing yourself in making this AVP. Okay, thank you very much, Sir Ihalas, for that ABP. Pasensya na po, medyo nagkakaroon po kami ng mga technical glitches dito. So, we are repeating the same video. But nevertheless, maraming salamat po sa mga teachers na nag-upload ng kanilang selfie kahapon. Thank you so much po for your participation. Kayo po talaga yung kayo po ay may malaking bahagi para sa katuparan ng webinar na ito. So reminders lang po sa mga teachers na hindi na po nakapag-attendance, please have your attendance through the link because we will be closing the attendance at this 12 noon. Okay? And also po, if you want to post on Facebook, you can use the hashtag One U Corellia District, One Dream. So, sa mga teachers na mahilig mag-post sa Facebook nila, you can use the hashtag One New Corellia District, One Dream for us to recognize your participation in this webinar. So ayan, we would also like to greet mga teachers na nanonood po pa rin hanggang ngayon. It's 3 minutes before 11:30 and they are still watching. I'm gonna read some of the teachers who are still watching right now. Si Ma'am Crisbeth Martinez Caparoso Huntilla, Griseria Carabo, watching from Limbaan National High School. And then, meron pa sila Ma'am G. Singson from Mangguangan Integrated School Team. Sabi niya, Majaw no Masum. Okay, did I pronounce it correctly? So, hi po sa mga taga Mangguangan Integrated School. Also, we would like to say good morning po kay Ma'am Josimar Kyocho Gablines and to Ma'am Marlene Adolfo de Gamoligo, who is still watching at Limbaan National High School. Hindi rin natin makakalimutan ang mga nanonood from New Corellia National High School. Sa mga gusto po pong magpa-shoutout, just comment po sa ating comment box for us to read. Okay, si Sarah Hala is still watching from Guadalupe Elementary School. And we also have Ma'am Judith Apresa Sitar Onyes, who is still watching right now from Dasing Elementary School. And also Ma'am Chisa Ochorada, who also watching from San Jose Elementary School. And the teachers also from New Corellia Central Elementary School SPED Center. Sa inyong in pa rin sa ating webinar despite that technical. We also have Ma'am Jessie Dane watching from, New Corellia Central Elementary School. So, good morning po sa inyong lahat. I hope you have a good time watching and learning at the same time. Okay, I would also like to greet Ma'am Jocelyn Kumidoy Hala from Suawon Elementary School. Yan, medyo nahihirapan ako mag-read kasi I have to browse and scan. Si Ma'am Carolina Adcan from Magum Integrated School and also Ma'am Amy Bautista from Del Pilar Elementary School. Pa-shout out sa mga teachers of Santo Niño Elementary School headed by Sir Jesse Calvo. And we would not forget the teachers watching from Lataban Elementary School. Yan. O sige, so this time, we will be announcing the winners sa ating early birds for this morning. Okay, okay, ayan na. The early bird winners or awardees from the elementary teacher category. I will read. Janice B. Flores from New Corellia Central Elementary School, SPED Center. Maria Rafaela M. Hala from Suawon Elementary School. Annalyn B. Luna from Santa Cruz Elementary School. Jacqueline R. Dawig from Santa Fe Elementary School. And Emanuelito C. Ochige from Kauswagan Elementary School. Congratulations po, ma'am, sir. Going further, we have the junior high school teacher category. So we have Lisa C. Lorejo from New Corellia National High School, Railene I. Taganas from Limbaan National High School, Frank B. Matildo from Limbaan National High School, Emmeline B. Boktot from Limbaan National High School, and Elmo R. Villamor from New Corellia National High School. Congratulations po sa inyong lahat. Next, we have the senior high teacher category. We have the top 5, Jen Fee L. Manuel from New Corellia National High School, Daniel Galo Prutas Jr. from Limbaan National High School, Nemia A. Agbon from Limbaan National High School, Marnay Jane T. Damas from Santa Fe National High School, and Irene G. Gonzaga from Macgum Integrated School. Okay, going on sa ating school head category, we have Ma'am Gemma C. Ardenio from Suawon Elementary School, Divina G. Aplaon from Carcor Elementary School, LVC Cruz from Patrocinio Elementary School, Giovanni G. Kiocho from Santa Fe Elementary School, and Heidi D. Desendario from San Jose Elementary School. So congratulations po sa inyong lahat. So now we have the overall district category for the early bird awardees. We have Janice B. Flores from New Corellia Central Elementary School, SPED Center, Liza C. Lorejo from New Corellia National High School, Maria Rafaela M. Hala from Suawon Elementary School, Railene I. Taganas from Limbaan National High School, and Frank B. Matildo from Limbaan National High School. So congratulations po sa inyong lahat, mga ma'am and sir. And for those na gusto magkaroon ng attendance for early bird certificate, pabilisan po ang pagpasok sa ating mga link para a load, 100 peso worth load. Kasi meron silang mga napili na top 5 na mga teachers na nanalo kaninang umaga, sa pakulo nila kaninang umaga. So, okay, so I think Suawon Elementary School is not yet ready this time. Sorry lang po, may mga internet disruption tayo na nangyayari because we are not using wired internet because of our locality. Wala tayong facility for wired internet. So, hindi natin hawak yung system or yung internet connectivity. Okay? So, ayan na. Nandito na si ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Hazel. Hazel C.
Ayan, so at the
Ardenio.
moment,
How
ma'am.
do I say your name, ma'am?
Hazel po.
Hazel. Hazel.
Hazel.
Hazel. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Sige po. You may take the floor po.
Okay, as of the moment, we will review 5 teachers who actively gave their insight about yesterday's lecture. And first we have Sir Fermin Salada from New Cordelia National High School. Next we have Ma'am Glenn Dalisay from El Unido Elementary School. And next we have Ma'am Les Flores Dayola from New Corelia Central Ped Center. And we have Ma'am Heidi Gazon from Matgum Integrated School. And lastly, we have Ma'am Raymond Ansala from New Corelia Central Ped Center. Okay, to claim your load, kindly contact me on my FB account. Ayan, andyan po yung name ko, Hazel Ardenio. You could directly message me if you heard your name during my announcement earlier. Okay. Yun na po yung mga nanalo. So, I would like to thank Suawon Elementary School Head, Ma'am Jama C. Ardenio, for sponsoring the load for our activity earlier. Ayan. Yes. Again po, just contact me on my FB account. Ayan po yung name ko. Kung anong name ko dyan, yan din po yung name ko sa FB account ko. Just message me directly. And since walang face-to-face in today's time, just send me your number and then I will immediately give you the load that we promised earlier. Is that clear? Everyone gets the information? Yes, Ma'am Sunel? And thank you very much, ma'am. And that will be all. Ayan, since may mga technical difficulties tayo dahil nasa Philippines po tayo. Mahina yung internet connection natin. Ayan. Sa mga winners po, abang-abang kayo sa mga next games na ibibigay po ng different school heads. Baka may mga activities na po sila. Yes, Ma'am Sanel. Ayan.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Hazel C. Ardenio.
You're always welcome, Matanel.
Okay. Thank you so much. And po, we will go through with the coordinatorship for each learning area. So if you want to learn more about the MELC and the updates for each learning area that we have walked through kanina, you may approach the following teachers. So for kindergarten, we have Mrs. Junilyn Monte de Ramos. For MPB MLE, we have Mrs. Melona Almonte. Filipino, we have Mrs. Evangeline Bughao, Mrs. Liza C. Lorejo, Mr. Rose Leia Romera. For English, we have Mrs. Pastora Daro, Mr. Mark Leones, Mr. Petronio Buaya Jr. And for mathematics, we have Mrs. Mary Ann Magallon, Mr. Orlan Q. Rentuza, and Mrs. Mayville Sapon. Ay, okay, sorry. So, ganito po. For mathematics, we have Mrs. Pastora Dayo, Mr. Mark Leones, Mr. Orlan Q. Rentuza, Mrs. Mayville Sapon. And Mrs. Mayville Sapon. So kung may mga katanungan po kayo about the MELCs, you can approach the teachers that I have mentioned earlier. This time po, we will have the ICT District Coordinator.
Okay, good afternoon to all. Oh. Hello, say good morning to all. With regards to ICT, we are asking a favor for every school ICT coordinator to PM me for our new group chat for the One District, One Dream. Para ma-add mo dito sa atong group chat. Again, to all the ICT coordinators of different schools, please PM me para ma-add mo sa ato ang new group chat, One District, One Dream. Thank you.
So ayan, we have heard the announcement from our ICT District Coordinator. So this time, let us end po our morning session. Will be the end of our morning session. Thank you so much po for your participation. We will be back at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Happy lunch break po sa inyong lahat.